Hello, everyone. Hello, Dorothy. We are going to be talking about the Chris Watts case tonight. If you're watching the replay, if you have any questions for Kim or anything, just leave them in the comments below, and we will try to get an answer for you. Dorothy, did you get my link to come up here? And can you hear me okay? Okay. Well, I don't know what it's doing now. Something must be happening. Oh, you can hear me? Good. Okay, good. Sorry. Usually it shows that my mic's working, but tonight it's not showing that for some reason. So at least it's working a little bit better tonight. So hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, baby.
Hello. How are you
Can
doing?
you hear me?
Are we doing
Can
any
you hear
better?
me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool. I know
All
I can
right.
hear you.
Um,
I found my earbuds.
and I even got a notification, so that's working great.
Oh, good. Good. I'm glad.
Yes. And this is just like for us to talk, and hopefully people will come in. And even if we only have just you and I, it's great practice to start
Mm-hmm.
flowing better in our lives.
And on the replays, people might get have some questions, that they have, and they can put them in the description, and we can try to, chase people down, or look it up, or whatever we can do to find the answer for them.
Sounds good to me. So tonight, Cheryl and I talked earlier, and we decided to try and talk about some of the allegations, baseless allegations that Kim is making, and also some of Ronnie Watts's comments about the pregnancy, and about the comments that Chris made in the truck, and also how he's denying that the ice cream had any nuts.
Yes, I think these are all important, um, things that need to be covered. There's a lot of things that me and you talked about tonight that I haven't heard anybody talk about hardly at all.
I agree with
So,
you. I think it's hard
but
to talk about, but it needs to be talked about because the most recent comments from Cheryl and Cato really changed the whole scenario of what happened at the oil tanks, in my opinion.
right, what she's coming up with in her new book.
Exactly.
Yes, yes, that would change everything.
I am curious. I'm going to read the book. I know a lot of people aren't interested in reading it, but I still find value in what she has to say because she did meet with him face to face and they wrote letters to each other. So she has personal knowledge of what he talks about.
Right, and his like demeanor and um there's a lot of information that she does have. Um,
I agree.
um, a lot of it, I think that she was a little bit naive on reading in between the lines and asking Chris the hard questions. Um, I think that she tried to ask him hard questions, and I think that he uh, went silent on her, would not tell her, you know, some things.
I agree. I think certain subjects made him shut down, definitely. But I will say that yes, she took a couple of paragraphs from another book. She claims it was an innocent mistake and she was planning on removing them and they were just there as a reminder that she had to put in her own words. And she's also saying, she's contradicted herself a few times, that it was the editors who didn't check the book for any plagiarism issues, and it was their responsibility to do the final edit, and they didn't catch it. So,
Uh,
do I think it could have been a little innocent? Yeah, I do. I think she was inexperienced. She's an older woman. This was her first time. And could you imagine being your first time writing a book and you're sitting across from Chris Watts?
you got the once in a lifetime opportunity to sit in the same room as the killer and ask him all the questions that everybody wants to know and do everything right and write the book right. And uh, I'm sure she was scared and she was worried and she was wanting to get it out fast. Um, and I agree. I mean, no matter what she said in that book, her editor should have uh, caught those things and went over it with her and so that she could change those things. That's what an editor's for. And I'm
And
sure
that's
that
what she expected. She expected them to do some revisions and send it back to her for a final approval. And they just never did that. And that's why there were so many spelling errors and other mistakes that a good editor would have caught.
yes, I mean it was like poorly. I mean it was uh, poorly written because it was poorly edited.
And
You know,
she's not a professional writer. She
there's
got
not.
this once of a lifetime opportunity, and I think it was way too much. I think she did the best she could. I think the book had value, and I think the second one will too. I just think that she's the only one that got to actually speak with him. I mean, she got him to communicate with her, and
And
her books about those communications have information we all want.
yeah, they do. Yeah, she does have that kind of information. She might not know what she's sitting on as far as information goes, because I think that she was a little, uh, nervous, and it probably was a lot of pressure and stuff. She could went to go visit him. It was hard to remember everything that he said, and just I can't imagine what she was going through, and she wanted to do it right, and I think that's why that she referenced the other book, the other writer's book, because this was her first one. She was trying to get ideas, and I think that she did think that they would catch it, they would do something, look through that, and she would give a final, write off on it. But she
Exactly,
wasn't.
and at the end of the day, it was only 7 sentences. It doesn't make the rest of the book useless. It just didn't.
Well, I mean, you know, they should have been held responsible because she paid somebody to do that, and she wasn't experienced enough to know that, uh, how the things work. And somebody should
Right.
have been there. Should have got her a lawyer to kind of go over that, make to watch her back. She needed somebody to
And
watch
not
her
only
back.
that, but she was rushing. She just rushed. I mean, from the time she started writing him until it was published, it was only 6 months. And there's crime authors,
Yeah.
professional authors who say it takes a lot longer than that.
Yeah, sometimes it takes years to write something. But
Yeah, I
um
think she was rushing it while the story was still very hot, and she didn't realize probably that this story will be talked about constantly, like it is still, for years
yeah.
to come. And she had time.
She said that she wished that she had slowed down and taken more time and not rushed
Yeah, well,
so
they
much.
probably made her feel like she should release it as soon as possible while people were still talking about it. That's what I
I
think.
I think that she was excited, it was hot off the press. You know what I mean? She was just so excited,
Right.
and she thought that those people, which I heard those people are the last ones she should have dealt had business with, but they should have watched her back. You know,
I
usually
agree
when a
with that.
usually when they take on things like that, they get a percentage or ever they get payment for that purpose of watching the writer's back, and they did not do that. They used her, I think.
I think they used her and they rushed as well because I mean, she got Chris Watts to let her come visit. That was no small feat. But I also want to say that Cheryl and Cato, I feel like her getting that opportunity was a missed opportunity because she didn't know the right questions to ask him and she didn't understand Chris Watts's psychology because she's still stunned about how he could talk about these things so a matter of fact. But that's a part of being a covert narcissist. He's not in touch with any emotions or feelings. So he can speak about it like he's ordering a cup of coffee.
And I think that too kind of shocked her. I think that she was in um, at his demeanor, at the way he acted toward his killing his family, like it was nothing. And I
She
think that
didn't
all that,
understand it. She didn't
right,
understand what a covert narcissist is. She got into a situation that was above her pay grade. She was not the right person to get this opportunity because I believe she missed a lot of great opportunities to ask the right questions. And if she understood his psychology, it could have been, we could have got a lot more information out of him. And I'm afraid now, with the negative experience he feels like he had with her, that he will never talk to her again or another author for a long time, probably.
I think that he will, if Kim lasts long enough, I think that Kim will convince him to come up with his own book, uh, and say that she wrote it.
Well, if he does that, all the proceeds will go to the Rusex. They have a $6 million settlement over his head. Any money he makes off this case goes through them.
Well, see, that's the problem there. If they say that if she says that she wrote it, the money will funnel through her, just like
It has
Cato.
to be under a different author's name, yes. And that is a catch because how do we know she didn't promise to share the money with his family or with him?
Right. And also,
I mean, we
there
just don't
is,
know.
a percentage of all his commissary money that goes into his account goes to the Roussettes, but
That's true. That's
off
true.
the top, it comes off the top. But that is not
Right.
enough. That is not enough at one time to take care of, even put a dent in that bill that he owes them.
Well, they knew that they would never see 6 million. They use those outlandish figures to ensure that he will never profit off of this crime.
If they put them to work and put the inmates to work and gave them something useful to do besides sit around and think about other ways to break the law and other ways to get out of things and not be blamed, and other con jobs to make, just if they had some kind of productive work to do where they could make money and
Well,
the
they
paycheck,
do. He was working in the kitchen. He had a
they're
kitchen job cutting up the meats for all
mm,
the sandwiches they make, and they
yep,
get paid. It's only a couple of pennies an hour, maybe a couple of dollars a day, but it goes into their account so that they can buy commissary. But he did have a job, but then he got locked down. Everybody did for the pandemic. I guess there was an outbreak
I'm
inside the
talking
jail.
about like a product, like where my son was in prison. There was a furniture where they made furniture by hand.
I agree. Yeah, I know what you're saying. They've done away
Paper
with all those,
where they
unfortunately.
used to there used to be an inside joke about the license plates the inmates made with
Yeah.
license plates. They did. and
I know they
and I
did.
think
That was a fact.
they should get paid a decent, like it could be under minimum wage, but at least, $5, $6 an hour to give, and that money go directly to the victim. I
That's
mean,
actually not a bad idea. I don't know how they work that, but I know some prisons used to have furniture shops and other um,
yeah,
merchandise they would produce inside the prison, and it would go out to the public. They would sell it for profit.
yeah.
But I don't know if they've run into problems where letting maximum security prisoners, because he's max,
Well,
have
uh,
access to tools and other dangerous things. Who knows
yeah.
why?
Well, this was a maximum security prison, and my son got a job out there, and I mean, they had safety measures in place, but it works
Right.
really. It did really well, and
I think that makes sense because you give them a trade, some
mhm.
experience, and they get out and they possibly could get a job instead of reoffending and ended up back in jail.
Right, but instead they have all that time on their hands twiddling, and they get bored. So they, of course, they're running you know, uh, their racism and their gangs and their different organizations through there. I mean, because they're
Right.
bored, they want something to do. So they have their own little community. You know,
Well,
my
that's how it
son,
is in prison.
my son called his cell his house. You know,
Yeah, they do
and
call it their house.
yeah, but Chris is not in prison yet. He has not got a taste of prison, except in Colorado when they were yelling at him. They had no access to him, but they were yelling at him, and it
Yeah,
scared
that was
him.
jail. That was jail,
It
though. That wasn't prison. This is prison. He's in
Yeah,
prison, but he's
but
at like a
he
really pot. He's in a prison that isn't known for violence and
right,
for,
he's in a facility.
well, they
An
had to
in
keep him safe.
Well, no, it's called intake. That is the
No,
intake
he's been
facility.
classified. He's got a
I
job
know,
now. He's not in.
I know, but
Yeah,
let me
well,
finish. Okay, he is in a intake facility. They do have regular inmates there that under special circumstances they get to stay there at the intake facility because that is a prison too. But usually the intake facility is the safest place and the most nonviolent place there is. Now, when after they get through assessing them, they didn't send Chris out to another prison. They kept him there for safety reasons.
yes, that's true. Yep,
And the
that's
ones
true.
that were
But
high
I don't know
risk,
if you heard. Did you hear the Critical K show when she was talking about Chris in prison and how he is considered a celebrity in there and he's not in any kind of danger and he is just happy as a pig in shit in prison? And she took like satisfaction telling everybody that Chris is just perfectly content and happy in prison. And I found that so strange.
mm-hmm, yeah. Well,
Did
I
you
mean,
hear that?
no, I didn't hear that one at all.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't
she
hear.
was like so mad, like it was almost like she was sticking it to everybody. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
Chris is happy in jail,
oh,
but I don't buy it.
that she was glad that he was having I mean, that he was okay and happy there.
Yeah, I
Well,
think that he's not happy, and we already heard him saying he wants out of there. Who could be
well,
happy in prison?
he's been in there 2 years. I mean, it's starting to. He's fixing to get a taste. The next year, and then the next year is going to really wear thin on him. But
Right.
when his status dies down a little bit and his notoriety dies down, they might have another inmate that needs to be there more than him, and he will go out into a regular prison. You
I don't
know.
know if they're going to move him from there. I don't think they
Well,
are. I think that's the accommodations for now.
usually, well, for now, but usually if they have a lifetime sentence, you are going to at least be moved, one or two times around the state. I mean,
Yeah, you're
just
right.
because just because of the overcrowding and the positions that they're in, because that intake facility is a safest prison. Every intake facility is usually the safest place fit for anybody to be, and they keep special prisoners usually there until that all the hoo-ha dies down and their safety is no longer, um, a thing. That I mean, it's always going to be a thing, but I'm saying that they are not recognized as soon as they walk in the door of the prison. Um,
Exactly.
they will
Well,
wait
I
for that
think
to die
the reason
and
we
then they'll.
brought up the prison was because, she did get access to him and she was able to visit with him. And I feel like she was in over her head. And unfortunately, she wasn't the right person to get this once in a lifetime opportunity because I feel like an experienced author or interviewer or a psychologist could have gotten much more information out of him. And to hear her now say that Chris said that he carried Cece up the tank stairs and Bella walked herself up
Mm-hmm.
was changes the whole scenario of how things played out at the oil tanks.
Right. And I mean,
Why
and
don't you think she put that information in the first book?
why didn't she?
Yeah, why don't you think she put it in there?
Um, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that right now.
And,
I'm not really
well,
sure.
that's why I find it a little confusing because that's really big information. That's a big detail.
Well,
Huge.
why would you leave it out of the first book? I mean, all that stuff. And why didn't you put it
You
all
have
in
to
there?
question it.
And
And it
then,
makes you think like, is this true? Did
it,
this
it,
really happen this way?
see, that's why I was telling you earlier that, gosh, that I really couldn't go by what she put in her book or what she says. That I just can't even consider it as fact because I don't know if her well enough to know what kind of person she is. Is she doing this because she's angry about the first book? Angry that they what they're saying about her or what Chris is saying about her, or what happened to her first book. Um, is she doing the second book and making up things to make it more
Well, could she
interesting?
possibly be doing the second book because of all the new people that are now interested? It's like they've never heard about this case. All of us have been watching anything we can devour for the last couple of years, and now all this new interest popped up. They don't know the intricate details like we do, right?
Yeah,
And this
and
is an
like,
opportunity
or
for
maybe
her.
this is. I wish I had done it this way instead of the way I did, and she was embarrassed too. So to save face, or maybe to try to do it right, she's trying to do what she should have done to begin with.
That's a possibility. That's a good thought, Cheryl, actually. Like, is she trying to right her wrong?
Right. Or
You know
is
what I mean?
she, yeah.
But that's huge
But,
information.
uh,
Why wouldn't you put that in the first book? And that's where she's going to get a lot of the backlash and people giving her the side eye because it was such a huge detail. It changes the scenario of what happened at the tanks now, how much Bella actually saw. And it never made sense to me that he walked Cece up and left Bella sitting in the back seat alive
right. Until she got,
without him
hit.
watching her because at any moment somebody could have pulled up.
Right. It's amazing, and this case is just totally amazing. I
Just
mean,
that the fact that we always get these new little nuggets and it changes everything and it makes him so much more of a monster that he walks Cece up and Bella was still alive. And I still don't think Cece was alive during that truck ride or she was severely brain damaged already because he said
Mhm.
that they looked traumatized and one of them had brain damage. So that's what
Yeah,
I'm thinking,
and
possibly how
uh,
it went down.
and I thought that I could be mistaken, but I was thinking that I heard Chris or somebody say something about Bella's eyes were, um, like bruised or dark, and under them.
Yeah, well, he said that. I don't know if he said both of them, but he said that they looked, or one of them looked traumatized. You could clearly look at them and see that they had been through something.
Yeah,
And I still
was,
believe. Good.
go ahead. The I
No,
think it
no,
was
go
when they
ahead.
was
Get it. Go ahead.
dark under their eyes or bruised under their eyes or
And
something
if
like
you try to smother somebody and you're pushing down on their face, especially little girls, and he's a grown man, that very well could be true.
that. Well, do you know how much pressure? I mean, do you know how much force that it would take for him to push down? How hard it would take for him to tear and cause the damage to that baby's mouth that was done?
Well, it would take pressure, but it would take more of her thrashing for that to
Right,
happen.
but he would have to have the pressure underneath her to, I mean, to hold it on there, to keep her from, because she was struggling hard to do that
Yeah,
against
she
him.
had damage. Do you
I
think
mean,
he did that at the top of the platform on top of the tanks? That's
you
what it
know,
looks like now.
I've been going through that, and I'm just not sure yet with that. I'm just not really sure on that. I
And then
think
I'm scared that they sealed those autopsies. I just don't know if he killed her before he put her in. I mean, would he ever admit that?
right. Well, in the
I hope
autopsy
he did.
was in the stomach. Yeah, I think he would because I think that he said that he listened to her when he let go of her, the splash in the oil. Come on, I mean, look at that right there in itself.
Well,
You
he
know, he
said that
didn't
he knew
fall.
he was surprised how easy it was to drop Cece in, and he heard her hit the
He could see
oil,
her.
and it didn't terrify him. It like confirmed that she went in, basically. So
Right.
job done, on to the next. He was like a robot.
And I think that Bella had more damage from him having to cram her in that oil tank.
I think part of her damage was from that. Her head was bigger.
I think that I mean that the autopsies are not sealed now. I mean, um, but I just think that uh there were some things that was just totally um unnecessary to drag out into the public because of hurting the families even more. And I just think that the ugliness of it was already bad enough, and it was there. The information is there in the autopsy, but it's just not big bold letters saying, here I am, here I am. They said just makes the load a little bit lighter, I think, on the family
I don't
because
think that he spared their feelings at all. If he really wanted to spare them, he could have wrote them a letter
well,
detailing how it happened and then shut his mouth. He doesn't care about anybody's
I'm
feelings.
talking about the medical examiner and the district attorney and all those people. I think that those people were just know the roof act was so fragile at the time, and that it was bad enough what he did that everybody's seen, and the stuff that was in the public and that had to come out. I just think that they just did. I mean, they just put out there what was necessary so that it didn't cause any more harm. Because I think
Yeah,
there's some things
I
left
can see
out.
them trying to protect the families, but what
Right,
it really did at the end of the day is it left a bunch of people like us
right,
speculating.
right.
And we just don't know the final autopsy. If I guess if they
Right.
were released, everybody would know and shut up. But now that nobody really saw the whole autopsy, the full autopsy, we really don't know the whole story. Or
Is that just the partial? I mean, it's not all of it.
it's just an overview of cause of death and like the obvious injuries, but it doesn't go into all detail. It's not the
That's
full
okay.
autopsies. Autopsies, they weigh every organ, they weigh the brain. I mean, they
Right.
completely,
Right.
yeah. Well, that's what
It break it all down. I thought that was just a short summary of, you know,
it is. It's a redacted version of an autopsy. So it's basically just the summary, very
but it
short summary of a full
but it
autopsy.
close a case. It should be the public should be able to get it. Hey, Cement, I'm sorry, my chat just now come up.
I
How
can
are
see
you?
him. Hi, baby. So glad you're here. He said he
Okay,
agrees with. Let me just read a few of his chats, and then we can just interact with him, okay, real quick, because he's talking about the tank part. So he said, he was surprised that Cato got the deal to write the second book after the plagiarism, and he said that's usually the kiss of death for writers. But I will say, I could go hire an company right now to release a book that I wrote, and only get paid if anything sells. So it's about getting a book. She didn't get like the traditional book deal, which got a huge like check to have time to write it. She basically hired her own company to release this book, and they'll share whatever the sales are. So it's not like a traditional, like a Stephen King book deal. Anybody can write a book now and put it on Amazon. Anybody could be an author, basically. You agree?
Oh yeah, you can pay to have your own book published.
Yeah.
You can get
So
deals
that's
like that.
that. And then he also wrote, I hate to say it. He's talking about the tank part now. I hate to say it, but that sounds true. And he's talking about when I said that he had to have brought both of them up to the top of the tanks at once because he wasn't going to risk Bella possibly running out of the truck. He wrote, because if she had ran out of the car and hidden, he would have been screwed.
Hmm. And
Yeah. So he had I agree that he probably did bring them both up in one time, and Bella probably walked.
see, man, you didn't get a notification. See, he didn't get a notification, so probably no one did.
Well, you have 7 thumbs up.
That's terrible, huh?
I said there's 7 thumbs up. Well, it usually takes a few minutes for people to move around. It's not a
But
big deal.
see,
We're still chatting.
I don't
And like you
my
said, yeah, like you said, when you upload it, people can watch it later. It's just us to have a discussion and practice, really.
well, see,
So,
Cement was saying he didn't get his notifications on when I
yeah, I
usually go
read
live.
that.
That's terrible.
I got a notification. I got one.
You did?
Yeah.
I'll recheck. I'll recheck. The stuff and see. But 411, I don't ever get notification on his. None of it ever.
Hi, Crystal. Welcome. We're just talking about Cheryl and Cato's new revelations about Chris walking Bella up the stairs to the oil tanks while he carried Cece. Either Cece had already passed away, or she had severe brain damage. Hi, Amy. Amy's here too. Cheryl.
Oh, how are you? Hello, Crystal.
So glad you ladies came. So so we do agree that Cheryl Cato's new revelation about him locking Bella up makes sense because I honestly always questioned, would he feel safe leaving her alone in the truck just sitting there? Like, I always thought to myself, why didn't Bella run? And I think she would have if he had left her alone. So I do think it could have been true.
But and Bella was so shy and timid and stuff, and she didn't really like jumping around and running and playing like Cece. So maybe she was probably it was dark. She was probably scared. To didn't know what was out there. I mean, she didn't know really where she was at.
Well, it was already light out.
Well,
He drove away from the house and the sun had already come up. It was light out. What?
It was getting light when they left the house.
No,
so
it was light. When he pulled away from his house, it was bright, and he had to drive for almost an hour.
Yeah.
So it was daytime.
I don't know. I guess I have put away I have dealt with the psychology part of it, as far as why it happened and all that. I haven't put together all the pieces and everybody's, exact parts they played and all this and that. But as far as the psychology part, I know who Chris is and why he is where he is. But I still there's so many unanswered questions, and I think that he is probably the first killer like this that has not, when they confessed and broke down, to tell the story, that they made up these elaborate stories and lies and truth in between. And he made up two big, changed his story. He just keeps changing it and changing it. And that has no, what purpose is there for that? Why don't he let people put it to rest by telling what really went on? I just don't
Someone
think.
once said, and I kind of think this now, that Cindy desperately tries to keep this story high profile on the internet by doing things like with this Kim lady and pairing up with other YouTubers to keep the case so high profile, so they will have to keep him safer in prison.
Right. So they'll have to keep him. I know it is heartbreaking at Christmas time, isn't it, Amy? That's
Yeah.
we were discussing that today. How horrible it is for these people to be, to bring this up this close to Christmas. You know, it's shameful. I'm sorry, but it is. It's shameful. I just, they're shameful anyway. It's just not right. You know.
Well, I'm not trying to tell the family what they should do by any means at all, but I feel like if I was in their shoes, I would not be on YouTube at all because to me, ignorance is bliss, and what I don't know can't hurt me.
Yes.
You can't stop these channels from talking about this and getting embellishing stories and accusing people of things that just aren't true and there's no proof of. You just can't stop it. There's a freedom of speech, especially in America. You're not going to
Right.
shut anybody up. So for me, if it were me, I wouldn't be on YouTube. Would you, Cheryl?
No, I wouldn't. I would never get on there. I would never want to know what they were saying about, my child. I would not even care what they were doing because I would know that he was never getting out, period. And that's where he belongs. And that's all I would need to know. As long as he stayed in there behind bars, that's all I would need to know.
Well, and I feel like I don't even know if they realize it that he's never getting out. If they really believe this is a honest to God good push at trying to get him released, because it's not going to work ever. He's not going
Well,
anywhere. But I don't
uh,
understand if this keeps them hopeful.
they are naive in the way that the legal system works and the way that uh, the prison system works and our justice system. The Watch has blindly not um, talked to anybody that has any merit as far as what it's like for your family member to be in prison for a lifetime and what goes on and how it works, how the justice system works. And they actually think that they have rights. I have news for them. Cindy, Ronnie, Chris, and Kim, they have no rights. Chris's rights were
Well,
taken away when he walked through that prison door.
Well,
And
what they didn't understand too is was a 33-year-old man when he committed this crime. They don't call mommy and daddy to consult whether Chris should take a plea deal. Chris always had the opportunities to call his family before that plea deal. He didn't want to. He had access to the telephone and he could have got visits because remember the agent talked to his friend Dave who wrote him the letter to see if Chris would put him on the visitors list to go visit him. And the agent said, yes, Chris can have visitors. This was before the plea deal, too. But Chris has to put you on the visitor list. Chris didn't want to talk to anybody.
it's a process. Uh, I Cindy, what she was talking about in her interview about them not letting her talk to her son and stuff like that. We went through the same process. We were not allowed to talk to my son. I was not allowed to send him a letter that told him to keep his mouth shut. I was not allowed to discuss anything that would encourage him to get a lawyer or anything. I was not allowed to open
Oh,
my
no,
mouth.
that's really not their motive. They're not trying to stop you from telling him to get a lawyer, Cheryl, because that's what the Watts are trying to say. I just don't think that's the motivation. The thing is, Chris is an adult. If he wants a lawyer, he has to ask for it.
Right.
It's not up to Cindy and Ronnie, and the police don't have to consult them. They just
They
don't.
don't,
It's the law.
and the police is not going to consult them. They're going to keep them in the dark, and they're going to, uh, and Cindy's like, oh, well, we weren't treated fairly. Yes, he's a grown up. He's not a juvenile in juvenile
Thank
detention.
you. That's
And
all I'm trying to say.
and
Chris
even
had
though,
those choices. It's not
even though
Ronnie
that
and Cindy.
yeah, and as a parent, yeah, you do want to step in and you do want to take over and you do want to make decisions because you think that you can make them better than your kids, but you can't.
No.
They
And I know
they're
you've been through that, Carol. I know you've had a child that went through the prison system and you probably felt cut off. And I'm sorry that it happened that way. But ultimately, like Chris did this crime. He was a 33-year-old man who annihilated his family. So now he has to navigate the legal system. And this is what he chose to do.
And the thing about it is, well, I mean, they're going in this in there, and they think that they can control the narrative, and they can control a justice system that has already closed the case and put it up on a shelf.
Right.
They're fighting a losing battle because he already went. If he already had time to go through the steps that he needed to go through to do this.
And for them to think an appeal, Chris signed those rights away too. He told them he would never apply for an appeal, and it was in the deal. He gave up those rights. So Chris is a grown man. Chris acted like a monster and annihilated his beautiful family, and these are his consequences now. And I'm sorry to Cindy and Ronnie, but he is a product of their home.
Hello, Queen Bee. Okay.
Well,
so
Queen Bee, hi, baby
girl. Is there something wrong, Amy? Sorry, I mean, I missed it somewhere.
You want to get through some of the comments?
Yeah, go through some of the comments.
Okay, go ahead, and then we'll get back to us.
Okay, the Colorado lawyer, Scott, said no chance of 35C. Yeah, there is no chance of the 35C. No chance.
I watched that as well. I did. I watched that and broke it down and made sense of it.
If there was a chance, then they would have a lawyer front and center, and the paperwork would already be filed. They are stalling right now as far as
right.
She started. Oh, I'm sorry too, Crystal. Kim started her YouTube channel for money. Period.
Well, she mentioned she doesn't know if Kim gets out of doing this, and I don't understand it, but I'm starting to believe it's money.
That is what they're getting. That is.
Right. Hey, Cheryl, if you don't mind, can Queen Bee come talk to us? She's great at having conversations about this case.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Can you?
I don't know how to drop the link, and I'm not a mod yet. But Cheryl would have to email it to you, Queen Bee, unless you can explain to her. We already tried. Can you see if you could drop it?
Let me try.
See if you could do it tonight.
I'll try to drop it, but I have to have an email, or I can't.
Well, see if you could drop it in the chat.
Can you drop my email? Can you do that? Put it in the thing, and you can email me.
You want me to write your email in the chat? Yeah. No, you need Queen Bee's email so you can email her the link.
Yeah. Well, okay. You can email
I can forward her the email you sent me.
Huh?
With the link. If she gives me her email address, I can forward. Hey, Queen Bee. Oh, go ahead. I'll forward her the email. She's sending it right now.
Okay.
So you don't have to do anything, Cheryl. I'll do it for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry.
No problem, baby.
But yeah, she started the YouTube channel, and I'm sure money would be the only answer, because otherwise it would be that she was in love with Chris, and she was doing it because she loved Chris and wanted him out of there. So
once I think she's in love with Queen Bee. Queen Bee, when I send you the email, the link's there. Just click it. It'll take you right to StreamYard. You'll have to pause your YouTube, and it took me right onto the chat. So I've done it through emails. It's really easy. It's just as easy as if the link was in the chat.
And she says that that's not the case, and she is married, and she has an infant. I think I could be wrong, but I wonder what her husband
But I
thinks.
wonder what her husband thinks of all this time and effort talking about this family annihilator.
And it's got to be, and she's got to be taken. She's taken up for a family annihilator.
Oh yeah.
I wonder what kind of husband that she has, because I don't think my husband was like that. Really don't. Oh, to have as much faith in somebody that's you should have only that kind of faith in your spouse. I mean, and she's putting it in someone that what she says she doesn't love. Um, so that would be a question right there. I mean, but it's for the money, I think, and I think her husband's letting her do it because of the money.
Well, if it's not for money, don't monetize your channel. Don't accept any super chats.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can do it for free.
And don't do any of the, GoFundMe or the PayPal things that she did to get money up, and saying that they could use it for travel expenses or whatever they needed to, whatever Kim needed it for. She monetized right away. I mean, and look how much she charges to go in there and talk about things that are not even true. I mean, she takes facts and she twists them around to the point to where that they are so far from facts anymore. I just don't understand why these people are so naive to go in there and pay all this money to hear her talk. I mean,
what are they doing with the money? Where is all the money going that she's collecting?
And she's charging a lot for, like, you can talk to her directly. I mean, I've got some questions for her myself, but I do not want to hear her twisted ideas of what she thinks might have happened, because it's not coming from her source like Chris. It's theories that she's coming up with. These bold-faced lies, crap, theories.
Well, even if she said it came directly from Chris, he's a known liar, and I'm always gonna revert back to the discovery to reference the truth for the truth.
I pray that people quit watching film videos. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why I can understand why the YouTube creators go over there and watch her content to see what craziness that Chris is going to come up with, because they are protective of Suzanne. A lot of them are. But not to subscribe to them and not pay them money and not give her any more platform, instead of letting her be on somebody's platform and her just talk her crap. Somebody needs to be going, okay, coming back at her, debating what she's saying, because she's twisted it. So somebody needs to be up there untwisting it. And nobody is. They're just all with their mouths hanging open going, oh, I can see that.
Were you in Zab Girl's channel the night that she just happened to be in the chat? Poor Tiffany got so much backlash. Queen Bee, you have to give me your email. I don't have it. Tiffany got so much backlash, but it was an opportunity. Kim was in the chat. Kim wanted to come up. If I were Tiffany, I would have had her on too. And I thought they did a great job debunking everything she was saying. They were hitting her with facts, and she was stumbling on her words. So they did a fabulous job proving her wrong. I don't know if anybody else saw it. It was good.
But a lot of it, they went quite. They just didn't hammer her hard enough on the things that she kept dodging, though. And I wanted to do that. I wish I could just ask a few questions. But
Amy just said AD begging other creators. He's begging other creators because he's jealous that Kim is making this much money. he just continues to beg for money and beg for money. I need Christmas money, he said. Who the fuck doesn't? I have a 9-year-old and things are tight right now. So for him to go on as an older gentleman with no minors living with him, I mean, how dare he ask his followers to fund his
Sorry.
Christmas?
I'm sorry.
You didn't email me the email address, Queen Bee. I need your email address.
Okay, what was
Hold
it?
on a second.
Oh, yes, God
I can't
listens
post in
on
the
his
chat.
part. Yeah. We're
You have
talking
to
about
make me a moderator, and you can't do it from here.
who is asking?
Queen Bee, I need her email address. She said she didn't get the link, but I don't have her email address. She said I'll give it to you, but she never wrote it.
Oh.
I think she understands now. I need her address, and I'll send her the link.
Okay. Queen Bee,
Yeah.
you need your email.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she
email
understands now.
she doesn't have the email to even drop you the link. So can you
Yeah, I
send her?
need an email address.
Okay.
Amy said that Zav listened and then picked her apart, and she did. And she had a couple of great guests on there, Amy, that knew this case. I was screaming to my laptop, mention this, and they were right on top of it because I really know this case. I mean, I'm just fascinated with it. The whole psychology of everybody, even the after behavior from the Watts family. And I'm sorry, I'm not slamming the Weezex in any way, but even them being on YouTube, it is perplexing to me. And then there's so much new little nuggets that come out.
Okay, AD begged the creators to stop giving her a platform.
Because he's jealous.
But if they're not going to miss an opportunity to give her a platform because that gets them views and that gets them more subscribers. I mean, that's just
well, I wouldn't say that for that girl. She didn't pull her up for that. She didn't even schedule it. It was a moment and an opportunity, and she took it, and they tore it down. And I thought she did a great job.
Now, there's a lot of other creators that are having her on regularly.
Queen Bee, I need your email address, girl. I really need it. And apparently he's going on Common the Chaos's channel tomorrow night to have a panel with the advocate. And that's all I know about it, but I won't be there. I didn't know if you knew about it, Queen Bee.
What is it?
Queen Bee said that somebody asked if Rabbit was doing another show, and then Queen Bee said that he was trying to stay away from the drama with Advocate. And I was just letting her know, I think I already told you about this, that he is going on Common the Chaos's channel tomorrow, I think during the day at some point, to have a panel with Kelly and some other people. But I already declined to be there. I said thank you for the invite, but I'm not interested because I'm done with that.
We don't want to do that. There's my email, Queen Bee. So if you will email me, I will shoot it back to you and give you the link.
I don't think Queen Bee wants to give us her email address. We need your email address.
I gave her mine and let her email me, and I'll send it back to I'll just reply to every which one if she wants up there now. That's
Cement. Did you notice how Kim will not talk about NK? If you mention her name, she shuts it down, and she's the easiest person to accuse as having any involvement, but she won't entertain that. And I'm really confused about that.
Yeah. It's a series. Yeah, okay. They lose you. She did a live with AD. Who did a live with AD?
No, they said AD did a live.
Oh.
Where are you reading that?
He wants to be making the most money, and he wants to be the biggest, crime channel. And
I think he's jealous that Kim's making money. I really do.
He got carried away.
Well, he's greedy. Last year he made so much money. And when he lost his membership fees and his super chat ability, he lost so much money.
What?
I said when Armchair Detective lost his ability to get super chats and membership fees for violating YouTube policies, he lost a shitload of money because people would just throw him $100, $20, $50. I mean, he'd walk away some nights with like over $1,000 in super chat, and he lost all that money.
And, are they not letting him do that anymore now, or?
No, YouTube took that ability away from him as a punishment for his content being considered hate content.
Well, so he can't make money at all through his YouTube
No,
account?
he only pushes a GoFundMe. He begs people to hit the link on his GoFundMe. He can't make any money on YouTube.
Do you watch AD sometimes? He was one of the first ones I subscribed to, and when he started bringing that craziness into it, I was like, oh no, I'm out of here.
What, the insiders, right?
Yeah, the insiders, and then he was getting all that money, saying that he needed money, $1 each to do the petition, and
well, and then he sets up his Patreon with a minimum of a $10 a month requirement. Who the fuck do you think you are to have people sign up for a minimum of $10? And he keeps in his $1 and $2 as sold out, but those creators can have an unlimited amount of $1 subscribers. He shut it down because he doesn't want $1 subscribers.
Amy wants to know, is that forever? You're talking about the AD not being able to make money off of YouTube? Is that forever, Dorothy, or is that?
Yes, that's for good. And he's on his second strike. One more, and he's down. So he's walking a thin line. He's begging people to go to Patreon because at any moment he may lose that 50-something thousand subscriber count, or almost 60,000. And right now he uses YouTube as his advertisement to get people to Patreon. He's not making money on YouTube, but once he drops a couple of little nuggets on YouTube, and then he says, I'm going right over to Patreon. And that's why his numbers in Patreon have increased so dramatically. He's making a good chunk of change still out of Patreon, not YouTube, though.
He's got 50,000 subscribers.
60 almost. He might have even went over. I don't watch him. I clicked on him for 10 minutes tonight after he had already did his video just to see what he was going to say. And that's when he mentioned that Sherilyn Cadle gave him personally that information that's going to be in the new book about Bella walking up the stairs to the tanks on her own while he carried Cece.
Yeah.
And my heart just dropped into my stomach. Kim, I mean, her name's Cheryl. Why do people call you Kim?
Who?
Queen Bee said I emailed Kim. That's Cheryl. She called you Kim. You don't have Kim in your name, do you?
Oh.
It's Cheryl, right?
He meant just realized he'd known me for longer than what he thought, right? He meant,
but your first name is Cheryl, correct?
Right. But
right, with an S.
It's my nickname. My nickname is Cheryl.
Yeah, okay, but she thinks her name's Kim. I just wanted to let her know it's Cheryl. She's already sent you an email, so check your email, Cheryl, and you can send her the link now.
Okay, if I get cut off, I'll come back in.
All right, I'll keep you busy.
Okay. My real name is Cheryl with an S.
Yeah, I call you Cheryl. Why, people call you Kim?
No, I don't know why she said
okay.
that. My nickname is Doug. She knew me for a lot longer than what he thought, because he just recognized.
Okay, you doing the email? Cheryl, you doing the email?
Yes, I'm doing it.
Okay. Cement wrote that there are a lot of people on Zavgirl and AD. Yeah, because you know what? If you really jump around to these crime channels, and I consider Zavgirl a true crime channel, she discusses crime. Some of these crime channels that think they're crime channels, they're not. They're drama channels. They don't even they don't talk about crimes anymore. But you'll notice it's really quite a small community. And you run into the same people like Angelina, I always see her, or Dave G, I always see him. So I mean, it really is a small community at the end of the day, but I have noticed there's a lot of new accounts that I'm not familiar with.
There you go, Queen Bee.
But
I just sent it to you.
that was a
Yeah,
little, we're still trying to get acclimated, so it's going to be a minute, but that's why we're
well,
here tonight to
when
kind of
I came up
practice.
with when I came up with my channel name, I decided I better change my, I had my, nickname in there as my, everybody recognized me, but I thought I better turn it to my channel name because no one was going to recognize and come visit my channel if I didn't use my channel name. So
Right.
that's why I changed it. But
Yeah, well,
yeah,
you just, yeah, the chatterbox. How long have you had the chatterbox?
I don't know. Since let's see, I come up with his name October, probably October. Yeah, October.
Oh, I think
Halloween,
it's such a,
right before Halloween. Yeah, it was right before Halloween. So
yeah, she is a modern Scott. She's excellent. Angelina, ATF or AT something. She is so kind. And her and I have known each other probably almost 2 years now. And we're always so nice to each other. We just really enjoy each other. She's a smart girl, Angelina. But
oh my
Cheryl, did you
goodness.
want to did you check backstage? Because Queen Bee might be in the holding backstage.
Oh yeah, hang on. No, I don't have her up here yet, but I will see.
All right. I just wanted to, yeah, she is
You're
great.
I don't know. She's not here.
All right, give her a second. She probably had to jump over to. I think she might be a pharmacist, actually.
Who?
Um, Angelina, I think it's ATF or AT. Yeah, I think so. I just know Angelina, and then the initials are always behind. I don't know what those stand for, actually.
And she is a mod for Scott.
It's Scott Reich.
Oh yeah.
You know the attorney that
Yeah,
has the channel.
I think she would be a hard one to be a mod for.
He's got a lot of. Well, she is a mod, and she's really good for him. And then like even Megan J, I like her a lot. She's great. She's got a little channel going, and she talks about. Although I want to just say I adore her, but and I'm not upset with her by any means. But her theories are a little far fetched for me.
Oh yeah.
She goes into the conspiracies and that people were involved, and maybe NK's father had some influence. I just don't believe any of that. I don't believe that Agent Coder and Tammy Lee would allow anybody who had anything to do with these girls. Look at you got the link up.
Yes. Oh,
Cheryl, I'm impressed.
There it is on the chat. You can just use that right there.
Woo-hoo!
I'm so proud of me. Y'all can be so proud of me. I am just
I'm
evolving. I am technology dumb,
Again,
everybody.
it's not easy either to mod, even with just 100 people in there, because you always get the troll that wants to say the most nasty thing, and it goes fast.
Right.
But she is really good. Oh, I'm proud of you, Cheryl. I knew practicing was going to help both of us.
There she is. There she is.
But I did want to, Cheryl and I did want to let everybody know that this is both of our channels. We're going to co-create together, and we're both going to have input. And there may be a night that Cheryl wants to do something different. Of course, I'll help her if she needs it. But we've decided to share the workload to make it easier on both of us. But we both wanted a voice on YouTube, right, Cheryl?
Yes, definitely.
And this is right. And we get along so good, and we're both so talkative. So we just thought it would be a good opportunity where there's so much interest, and to debunk Kim, because I don't appreciate her presence and how she's muddying the waters of this case. And I feel terrible for the Ruzek family, because it is Ronnie and Cindy who are pushing Kim, and some of the details are just things that don't need to be discussed. It doesn't add anything to the case or what happened or his psychology, because we don't really need to hear those gruesome lies from Kim. But for some reason, Cindy and Ronnie are encouraging this woman, and poor Shanann's family I mean, have to hear it, but I'm not telling them what to do by any means. But if I were them, I would never be on YouTube. I just couldn't handle it. Personally, I would break down.
I have a quick question. Hey, ladies. Hey, just wanted to let you know I made it.
Hi.
How are you?
So cool.
Good. How are you?
Good. I was like, man, I got to get on here. I got to figure out a way. And finally the email came in. I'm like, yes, finally I got it.
Who was
Do you guys
modding?
watch, does anybody by chance watch Critical K? Does anybody watch her?
Yes. I watched her last
Okay,
show. It
what'd
was
you-
interesting.
I'm
Yes.
joking. No.
Okay, what did you
You didn't
guys
watch
think
the
about the
show?
author and when she said he was a pedophile? I've thought that from
I
the
didn't
beginning.
believe
What do you guys think?
Who?
I think that's outlandish. I don't know where she caught that.
What did she say? I'm sorry, I missed it.
She is saying that he has.
Cheryl, you
Okay.
didn't watch Critical K when she had the supposed author that was writing that book for Cindy Watts that got leaked. It was called All My Broken Pieces or something.
Yes.
Your mic's going out, Cheryl.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I missed some of it. I mean, I missed a couple of parts of it.
Okay,
But
so you saw some of it.
Yeah, who is she saying that you?
Well,
Okay,
and the
go
only
ahead, Queen
reason why I even like entertained that was because the medical records are sealed and we can't see that information. So I'm like, man, maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, but maybe, maybe that's why he wanted the medical records closed so bad.
But was it
Okay,
him that wanted it, or was it part of the plea deal? And the DA said, "Yeah, we'll do this, but we want the girl's privacy protected."
That was his
was
part
him?
of the plea deal. He requested to have the medical sealed as part of
She
the
was
plea deal.
saying that
I think that they
she was
come out
saying
with
that he showers with those girls. Did he shower with them naked?
Well, I mean, most parents do shower with their kids naked. I mean, you
I
wouldn't
don't
put a
shower
swimming
with
suit
my
on,
kids.
would you? I mean, I guess when they're infants up to like 2 or 3, I guess that's okay because they're like 2, they're still little. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't really see a whole lot wrong with that, honestly. I really don't.
Bella is
Like
really
Bella
smart
was like
beyond-
5. That's a little too much. That's too much.
And think of his penis being out with his pubic hair. That's not okay.
Yeah, no. I'm saying like
Well,
maybe
that's
like
not good.
infancy to like 2. You know what I mean? Like maybe 1, maybe 2. When they start standing up, walking around, and noticing things, that's when it's time to go to not be doing that.
Well, and
Thank
she
you.
kind of in there to make people wonder. You know, she just kind of throws sentences in there here and there to make people, think about it. That's a lot of her tactics there. But you
I don't
really
think
did.
he has any motive or tactics.
That it could be a pedophile.
Well, Kathleen doesn't have an agenda, I don't believe. I think that she just had a conversation with Kay, and these are just her thoughts, observations, maybe accusations. Because when those got closed, I don't know who was responsible. If you're saying Chris, I'll go with that. But why would you close those? What are you hiding?
Right. Well, who? I mean, who was it that said that they thought that he was a pedophile? I mean, like,
Kathleen,
Kathleen, the
author.
author, that she's writing a book. Yeah.
Oh, the one that wrote the book. Not
the one that was on
Kathleen.
Critical Cage, Cheryl. You got to watch that again because she dropped a lot of good details.
Kathleen
Yeah, you really do.
Her right-hand man, too, is her name. Kathleen is her name.
Yes.
I didn't know say that. I missed that
Yeah,
part.
you watched the whole thing. She kept saying it, and Kay had to kept saying to her, "Don't say that word," because YouTube they run programs and they'll pick the word up, and her video might get demonetized or something for it. So she kept telling her, "Don't say that. Say assaulted or SA'd."
Yeah, she said S-A. Don't say that word. Do not say that word.
Right.
Say S-A. And she kept repeating it. She repeated herself several times. Yeah.
So she knows the watch pretty good and knows, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
And she got that
She knows
impression that
Jamie
Chris
and
had,
Cindy personally. She's friends with Cindy. She actually described Cindy in a way that I've heard many people describe her now, that she is very quiet, meek. I always thought of her ruling the household, but now I have Ronnie kind of being
but she
the
doesn't
alpha.
listen. She
Yeah, I think
doesn't.
Ronnie's the alpha, but he's very quiet.
Yes,
Cheryl,
she
talk
does.
into your microphone. You're muzzling your mouth.
She does not rule the roost by an iron fist. She rules the
Right.
roost being the victim and being fragile, to where that Ronnie and Chris always have to keep a
Wow.
wall around.
Cheryl, that's very insightful to say that she uses
Yeah.
the fragile angle and the I'm vulnerable to control people, because I believe that.
She uses it to control them. And she's using I'm a victim to control people now. I mean, I don't know. Just like, she doesn't care anything about Chris either. She cares about herself and the way herself looks, the way as a mother that she looks. She wants Chris to beat this so that she will not be labeled a bad mother anymore. I mean,
The only thing that I got out of,
that's just my opinion. Go ahead.
I'm sorry,
go
I thought
ahead.
my mic was on. I thought it was muted. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You guys were talking about Kim. I kind of picked up on that before, but I had to leave to jump on stream. What were you guys saying about Kim? She was what? She's related to did you say she's related to the Watts? Is that what I heard? Or
no, none of us said that. I don't think they are. Are they related?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But they were described it as she's the devil and Kathleen was the angel sitting on Cindy's shoulders. So
yes, Kathleen kept making it a point to say every time I try to give Cindy some good advice, she said, well, Kim said I should do this or that. And she can't stand Kim. I don't know if they're fighting for Cindy's attention or if they think it gets clout, but they're fighting for it.
Yeah. And then CK said, well, did you realize you replaced me? I didn't think CK really talked to the Watts that way.
Right.
They were very tight. Before he took the plea deal, she was getting all her information only from Cindy and Jamie. All of it. And that's why at the beginning, she came out very negative about Shanann, because the only information, we didn't have the discovery yet. He didn't plea. She was already talking to Cindy and Jamie. She openly admits that. And then she said once she saw the discovery and her opinion was changing on the case, they had a big falling out because she didn't believe Shanann. Yes.
That is bull. People were attacking her. She was fixing to get shut down. Everybody, she was losing subscribers so fast. That's why she changed her tune, because she was fixing to be washed down the river.
Well, I don't think that she thinks Shanann killed the girls. She doesn't. And I don't think Kay would ever change her opinion for popularity, Cheryl. Never. Kay doesn't take the popular route on anything. She takes what she believes in. And I think she could have in the past and probably grown a lot faster. But she's always stuck to what she thought of the case. Sometimes it was a little harsh against Shanann. I'm going to admit that. I didn't like it sometimes. Neither did you. I actually wouldn't watch her at the beginning, but then I softened up to Kay again when I heard her covering Gannon and Sophie Long and stuff like that. But when she talks about Shanann, I definitely watched the Kathleen interview, though, because that was juicy. But I don't really watch her when she covers Watts, because I don't believe that they were spending $6,000 a month above what they were making. I think the finances are off.
I have the finances right here in front of me, every bit of it.
Well, I don't know. They say that Shanann gets what's that, Oxy for lupus.
I don't
No.
believe that.
Yeah, she's
Well, I
got
do because she had access to it, and I've gotten it from my doctors for rheumatoid arthritis before. So, I mean, I do believe that. I do believe that. I
But wait,
don't
before.
really believe I
Wait a second, Cheryl, let her
oxycodone,
finish.
oxycodone as in Percocet, Oxycontin as
Yeah,
in like
5 milligrams.
Oxycontin. So, I mean, it's a little bit different. They said they said that she got Oxycontin, which prior to marijuana being legalized in Colorado, they did give out prescriptions for pain medications all the time. Colorado was one of the first states to go legal with marijuana, which is when they cut back on scripts. And
Right.
within 2 years, 2 years ago, they were, obviously 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, they were, cutting back tremendously on prescription medications, and they were going the medical marijuana route. So I believe that she did get them prior, but I don't believe that she continued to get the prescriptions. I believe that she had
Thank you.
leftover medication. And that is how he
Okay.
got a hold of it to cause the first miscarriage, or try to cause her quote unquote overdose death when he was in North Carolina, like she claims.
yes.
Then why
that's
didn't he
exact-
just say that? Why did he say, I'll take it to the grave with me? Why wouldn't he just say that? And that's where I get confused.
I don't know.
Well-
He lies so much about so many different things that it's really hard to tell. Honestly, it really is.
I thought about this now too. Okay, well, I think that Shanann had the pills left over from her surgery when the last surgery she had. She got a fresh,
Neck surgery, yes.
and she mentioned in one of her videos one time that she didn't like the way they made her feel, so she wasn't taking them. So they had put them down in the basement, and she didn't take that prescription, and he had them, and I think Nicole Kessinger, was had a problem with opiates or
Substances?
and she.
You're not the first person we heard that from, Cheryl. I've heard from many people now saying that she has been into rehab. And why was she calling that rehab center and then calling Chris within a minute of hanging up?
She called rehab. I think that Chris, he found out, that she liked taking those things, and I think that he was good. They got Nan's pills and was doing them. I mean, I do. And a lot of times, I mean, if you're doing opiates, you're doing other things too. And I think that that's why he, I don't know. I just think that he said cracked off some things like that he would go to his grave with it, and stuff like that. Because he's just
well, they're trying to insinuate that she was still getting prescribed those. And we know in the United States, if you have a need for constant pain management, you get sent to a clinic. No doctor keep payment like Percocets or Oxy is not a treatment for lupus. It's just not. But she could have had them left over from the surgery. I do think she could have. And I mean, that's a lot of powder, though. Think about your medication you said, Queen Bee. A 5 milligram, 325 with the aspirin, right? That's probably what you got prescribed after that surgery. That's a lot of powder to get 80 milligrams. I mean, how did he get that in her at one time?
To be honest with you, Oxycontin in an 80, and I know this because I did EMT work and CNA work and phlebotomy work and all that. So I've been in the medical field a long time. When they say an 80 milligram oxy, it is no bigger than the tip of your fingernail, your pinky fingernail. It is tiny.
I know.
It's
They're
an itty
green. I
bitty
used to
teeny
use them
tiny.
in my 20s.
Yes,
But
so
they
it's
don't
itty
exist
bitty teeny
anymore.
tiny. And I believe that he probably crushed it up and put it in her drink. And that's when she either drank it or he put it in some type of food and gave her a bite of it. Like, here, taste this. And then there was something in it.
Well,
because they often gave each other those snack bites of Lavelle bites or whatever. You know what I mean? There's pictures of them feeding each other little snack bites and stuff.
Okay, but Oxycontin is not on the market anymore. It's gone. They don't have Oxy 80s anymore. Now, if NK could have grabbed one from somewhere, somehow on the street, I understand that. But there's no way Shanann was ever prescribed an 80 milligram Oxycontin. There's no way.
I don't know. I haven't seen her medical records to know. Honestly, I don't. But I mean, I've been prescribed strong pain medications. I mean, so I'm
That's
33
a
years
lot,
old. I mean, I've been prescribed extremely strong pain medication for my RA. I was
Uh,
prescribed morphine and Percocet and Xanax every 25 days. So I believe it. I do. Depending on where you live, I believe that she could have gotten pain medication at some
I just
point
thought she was interested in
for
it.
her lupus, or you know what I mean?
Never
Which
got
this was like 6-7 years ago. I mean, not anytime now recent, which like I said, with even 2 years ago, they've made drastic changes to prescription medications now, so more than
especially
ever.
Oxycontin.
I
Oxycontin.
thought OxyContin, the 80 milligrams were off the market, and it was an end of life hospice care treatment. I mean, this is only 2 years
I
ago,
guess
and
it really depends on where you live and what if you see like a pain doctor,
There is a lot of
if you
people
go to a
that,
pain clinic for,
and there is a lot of people that that they're these drug people out there. I mean, all you just wouldn't believe the stuff that goes on, but the medications left over. It comes from the dying parents, and they sell them. I mean,
thank
people
you.
do
yeah,
that.
Please stay on your mic like that. That's
they
perfect.
do.
You keep going on your mic, Cheryl.
I mean,
You
and
sound good now.
she could have been, also she could have, I just don't understand, why he would say he would take it to his grave. It just don't make sense.
Well,
That
Queen
just,
Bee, they do have the 30 milligram oxy codone, and that's pure oxy. Those are pretty small. They're the little blue ones, and those are on the market. You can get them if you have like moderate to
Well, and
serious
not only
pain.
that, if you really want something, you can get it on the market. I hate to say
off
that, but
yeah.
if
I
you
mean, you
really
can get
want something, you can get your hands on it. I mean,
anywhere.
Yeah,
I mean, you
I
can.
agree with that. But did he know anybody who could get them? Who would have to get him something like that? It would
NK.
well,
probably
I
be
mean, we
NK.
don't know. It could have been NK, it could have been Jim, it could have been one of his buddies, it could have been,
Oh, yeah.
one of his buddies, his buddy that he worked with or whatever that he was going to go to the game with that his friend babysat
Right.
for. I mean, no, we don't
Right.
know. He could have said, hey, do you have any of those left from your knee surgery or
Right.
something? We don't know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, but he should have come up with something better than, I'll take that to my grave with me. That's just, that makes
I
people
don't think
just
he really,
wonder
that
that
was the
much
least of
more.
his worries. I think that was the least of his worries. I mean, that was something that didn't,
Right.
he attempted miscarriage, I believe, so that it would be easier to leave Shanann, I think. But when it didn't happen,
I agree.
he knew he was fucked. He knew he was fucked.
But he honestly didn't know what he was doing because let's think about it. 80 milligrams of oxy would not miscarry. If anything, it would
Nope.
overdose the person first. The person would
Right.
overdose.
Sick. Like,
It just
you know,
goes to
like
show he's not
Roe
very smart. He's
in
not very
North
No,
smart.
he's
Carolina.
I don't know where he got this one fucking 40 IQ number, 145. He said the prison gave it to him. I've never heard of our system giving IQ tests. And that number came from him. And I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Me, I just don't believe in it. I mean, I don't either. I
You
don't
think
know
he's
where
that
they.
smart?
I mean, that IQ. I don't understand that. I mean, what,
I've never heard of prisons giving out IQ tests.
me either.
Are you there, Queen Bee?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. So what do you think about his IQ number? Tell me how you think he got that number and why he said it.
I think some people are book smart and some people are street smart. And I think that Chris is one of those people that's really, really book smart, but he has no street
No,
smarts
Uh-huh.
whatsoever. Like no
Yeah.
common sense. No common
Right.
sense
And without
whatsoever.
common sense, your book smart's pretty useless, honestly.
Yes,
Especially when you
but I
commit
think that
crime.
if he like went in and studied for a test, he would ace that son of a bitch. But if he went in on a hands-on thing and you said, do this, do this, do this, do this, and do this, I don't think he could. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
his
I know
even
my
said that
husband.
he was the
I
best
have some,
student they ever had, and he could remember anything. His mechanic teacher said he'd show him something once, and Chris knew it.
right, and my husband is like that. I mean, he is book smart, and he
well,
has no
mine is
common
like
sense.
hands-on. he does construction and he does car stuff and all that, and he can do great, and he makes really good money doing his own thing, but he's not like a book smart person. He just he didn't really do good in school. He never really was good in school, but he's smart as fuck with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
He can do construction, he could build a garage, he could build a house, all kinds of things, but to read a book and do a test on it, no.
Queen Bee, the
I was
knowledge
ju-
your husband had would have been the knowledge needed to pull a crime off. Being book smart isn't the knowledge you need to be a good criminal. You have to have common sense. You have to think
Right.
about every angle. I mean, if he was smart, he would have taken the purse, the cell phone, everything with him out of that house.
Well, and
Yeah, he wasn't.
something that no one's talked about is what was his plans from the time that after he killed Shanann? What was his plan at moving on was going to be from there? She was going to be missing forever. And
Yeah,
he
let's
would
say N.A. never called the police. Now what? He's coming home from work. What does Chris do?
yeah, I mean, he has not even given any kind of statement to what he was thinking about after what his plans were to come up with to tell the cops afterwards,
I honestly
And-
think he would have went to work and he would have carried on about his normal business routine, and he wouldn't have said or done anything until he was questioned about it.
Yes,
And
really?
in that case, just like he said, she took the girls and went to a friend's house. I don't know where she's at. I have no idea where she's at. And I think he would have stuck with that.
forever.
I think he might have come back
Oh,
for the
absolutely.
Lexus to go out to the oil fields, put Shanann closer to the oil fields and try to blow those fuckers up. I think he was still going.
I think that right there, I mean, could have been something on his mind, because it just seems like that he don't ever talk about the plan afterwards and what, he thought about after he got rid of his family. What was his plans then?
Question. When Kathleen said she believes that something more happened to the girls and that the tanks are just a cover up for the bodies, basically, because they were either mutilated or, SA'd, quote unquote. I don't know if you're monetized or not, or if we should be using that or whatever, but
I'm not monetized. I mean, but yeah.
Well, I didn't want to say it, you know what I mean? But she's claiming that he put them in the oil tanks to cover up what he had done to them. How do y'all feel about that?
know. I don't know if I feel like he touched them, but he's weird. None of us know Chris. Not one person on this planet knows him, not even his own mother or father.
Well, I mean, with Cece and Bella's behavior, they just did not show signs of being SA'd. I mean, they just didn't show the signs that they would have been
Would the
showing.
oil cover that? It could have, and they were decomposed for a couple of
If
days.
that was if that was the only time that he had done it, it was then. But I mean, they would have had that kids just show signs.
But Shanann would have noticed if those girls were being sexually assaulted. She would have noticed. Although he gave them all their baths. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Every night he was the one to give them baths and put them in the bed. Every night.
Yeah. Oh, they had the routine.
It's like,
you
well, I find the routine a little strange for me, honestly. I just do.
Well, I don't know.
And I'm not
when
bad.
when I worked night shift, my husband would, give our girls baths and stuff. I mean, now they're like 14, 9, and 8. But I mean, when they were babies, they were
right.
I mean, he would give them baths and put them to bed when I was at work, and I would do the same when he was at work. I guess I don't really find that too much out of routine. I don't really find, because we did better with a routine. I don't do that baby wise bullshit. I don't know nothing about that, but we didn't do none of that.
I don't think they were fully immersed in baby wise. I think that was used because, are you a mother, Queen Bee?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I know Cheryl is. I'm a mother of 2 sons. I know when I had a baby and they got to a certain age that once you put them to bed, you do have to let them cry sometimes, because once they get in that habit of, if they even make a little squeak, you go in and get them, then you're fucked as a mother.
Right.
Usually, if you let them cry a little bit, they do go to sleep. Would I
And
let them
it's
scream hyperventilating? Absolutely not. But
Right.
I don't know how severe she was letting them cry. And that's coming from Cindy. Cindy doesn't know them that well. She just doesn't.
I don't think that she let them cry that much. I mean, I think that that their life was, she had it balanced, and they were little and going to bed at 7. I think she put, they did go to bed at 7, and probably they were asleep by 7:30. But when they're little like that, they have to have a lot of sleep, to be rested. And with her working at home, she did need some time to herself, and she also needed some time to do her business stuff without kids. And they were only in daycare for 3 days a week, not every day.
Where did you
So
hear 3 days though? Where did you hear 3 days? I've never heard that.
well, 411 got a breakdown of the finances and stuff like that, and found out that they were in school 3 days a week.
Okay. I
That's
trust
part
Will.
time,
He's-
and
he's-
it's part time. Part time, it costs $240 each child each week for 3 days, and that's part time. Full time was a lot more
but
money.
well, their schedule was changing because Bella was starting kindergarten on the
Right,
13th.
she was starting kindergarten, so the things was going to change. But as far as where they're telling that she didn't want her kids because she put them in daycare and she's a bad mom, I totally understand that. I worked and was a single mom. I understand, I would have given anything to have had a day to take my kids to daycare, just to give it, to have a day by
Well,
myself. And there's
listen,
nothing
she
wrong
wasn't
with
in a
that.
position. She wasn't in a position to send her kids to that high end daycare.
No,
There were
she
other
should have.
daycares.
Oh, she couldn't afford. They couldn't afford that. I mean,
No,
she
they couldn't
wanted
at
to
all.
desperately, but she
And I'm
she
sure
just
she wanted
wanted.
the best for her little girls. But
Well,
yeah,
Yes,
she
I
was
mean,
working.
truth be
She
told,
was working from
she
home.
lived beyond her means. I mean, she
she did
definitely
live
lived
beyond
beyond
her
her means.
means.
And
Yep.
I hate to say this, but MLMs are horrific. I mean, she was like
They're
target mom.
predatory. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
predatory.
And she was like the perfect person for that business. I mean, honestly, and
Right,
somebody in
and
chat
she
just
did
asked me, did I
well.
think it was premeditated? Somebody in chat asked me if I think it was premeditated. Truth be told, I really think that I really do. I really think that he was thinking on it for a while. I think that
Yep.
once she got pregnant, and then they did the trial separation where she went to North Carolina for 6
You
weeks.
really
But
believe
see,
that
that
was a
wasn't.
trial separation?
It
That
wasn't
was
a
not a
trial
trial
separation.
separation. Nowhere is there any evidence of that.
Okay, well, she was going to visit her parents because pretty soon she was not going to be able to travel. She was going to be big and pregnant and unable to travel, so she wanted to go and spend some time with her parents. It had nothing that it was a trial separation. Shanann was under the impression everything was fine because her and Chris
Yeah.
made the decision together to have another baby as two
They were
parents that was
fucking like
happy.
rabbits before she left.
I don't know
I mean, if
that
you're
I
going to,
believe that.
They were
I don't know
having
that I believe
sex
that they
3
both
times a
wanted to have the
day
baby.
sometimes.
I
why
don't
would you
believe
say
that.
that to her? But why would
I
you
don't
say
believe
that?
that for a second. Nope, I don't believe that for a second. Nope.
You don't believe what?
But if you're going through a child
They were having sex
separation, you
3
wouldn't
times a day.
you wouldn't commit to go
Because
to his
I'll tell you
parents'
what, when
house
me and
every
Milo were
Wait a minute.
separating, we wouldn't even touch each
Wait, we
other,
have to
let
talk
alone 3
once.
times a day.
All right, but we have to talk at once. But if they're going through a child separation, Queen, she wouldn't go to his family's house every weekend voluntarily. She really put herself
I
out
did.
there. She put her neck on the line and went
I
into their
did.
home knowing they hated her. But I don't know how your relationship is. She knew they hated her. And Cindy
Yeah, my
did wait
my
for
mother-in-law,
where she was
didn't
alone
face
with Cindy
me.
in the house to do something ratchet to her, to get her riled up. And it worked.
And there were several people that said that. I mean, her and Chris was all over each other. A lot of times that during that last trip they took.
Well,
And
time out. If you listen to Frankie's interview, that's a lie. If you listen to
What-
Frankie's
what-
interview with the detective, that is a lie. They were not spending time together when he came. No, they were not. They
When?
were
in
not.
North Carolina? No,
No,
yeah,
when
you're
he-
right. He was
not
avoiding
in
her,
North
trying to get
Carolina.
away from her to be on his phone. He was.
Right. Yes, he was avoiding her. She slept on the couch. They didn't even sleep in the same room together. He said when they had dinner, they sat completely across the table from each other. And now looking back, he realizes that he was very distant from her, but at first he didn't realize it. And if you go back and listen to the interview that he gave to the CBI, that is exactly what he said.
Yeah,
And
but that's in
even
North
Shanann
Carolina.
was
But
all his friends
before
that
that,
he wouldn't hug her, he wouldn't kiss her, he wouldn't give
right?
her anything. He wouldn't have to talk with her. So
Yeah,
he shut her out. She was very, very alarmed. She thought maybe when he got there, things would get better because, he's not a
and
good communicator. So maybe she thought it was just because of the distance. But when he got there, he was worse than ever. And that's, you know what? Because, Nicole on the way of him going to North Carolina was really, really salty that he was actually going to go on this trip to go see his family. I think that she expected him not to go and stay home. But he went. So she got sarcastic with him and said, and he's such a simpleton, he took this literal. And she said to him, go work on your marriage. And in his mind, that was the green light. And he was released from that. He really thought that comment meant that, oh, good, now I could go work. So she's done. She doesn't want to be a part of this. But then right away, within a couple of hours, she was, oh, are you spending time with her and sending her and him naked pictures? And so it just got it all rolled up in his head again. So then he was cold to his wife when he got there. And his children felt his difference.
right.
They were running from him.
But I'm
Absolutely.
talking about the trip that they took right before she went to North Carolina. People
that was
were
a
talking
4-day road trip.
about how loving they were towards each other.
Well, they got to put that on. They got to put that front on. Come on. They're working. She's doing the MLM. Do you think they're going to go there and fight? Not talk. I mean, come on. That's her livelihood.
Right.
I would act and pretend, fake it till you make it. I mean, and my husband better fake it till he makes it when we're there. And I know Shanann was like that.
And if you look at one of the pictures from that trip, he's rubbing her neck and the look on his face of
Yes,
disgust.
disgusted.
I was
Disgusted.
like, oh my God. Like he was resenting the fuck out of her because he was already talking to
Seen it
Angela.
since
They already had
Simpleton.
plans to meet at the park.
Perfect name for
They already
that
had
is.
plans to meet at the park. Cheryl.
Yes,
So
I
they
knew
already
that
had
was
plans
San
to meet at that
Francisco.
park. They had a date already set up. So he was already shutting down with her on that trip to California.
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine the pictures that those police officers had to see, the naked pictures of Chris and NK?
Well, they were
Okay.
probably
That's why
disgusted
Ronnie
by the time
wants
it
the
was over
phone
with.
so
They were
bad.
probably disgusted.
What was
Queenie,
that? I'm
Ronnie
sorry.
wants that phone so bad to see those naked pictures. Ronnie wants that phone so fucking bad. He wants to see
Oh, I
all
bet
those
he
dirty
does.
pictures.
Yeah, amazing, huh?
Why can't
I
he
kn-
wrap his mind around the fact that this is a high profile family annihilator case and that phone will never be released from evidence? It's not Ronnie's phone. It's a 33-year-old man's phone and he has no right to it.
Right,
Chris is not a minor.
right. See, Trent, like, he was 17 and just turned 18. And as soon as he flipped that 18 switch, we were cut off from everything. I mean, they didn't want him talking to me at all because I would never
Is
have.
that your son's name, Trent?
Huh?
Your son's
I'm
name's
sorry.
Trent?
My
Your
son's name. My son's name is Trent. Yes, sorry.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Trent Bolte. I thought you were talking about the guy that came forward and said he had gay sex with Chris.
I know. That's what I knew you were. I knew you as soon as I said his name. No, that's my youngest son's name.
Oh, okay.
But I know I
once you're
hated that.
15, they want yourself the family. I mean, come on, we're legal adults at that age. And I'm sorry, I have 2 boys. I've already taught them. If you're ever in trouble, get a lawyer. I don't care what the situation is. Do not talking. It's your constitutional right. Have representation always, and they know that because I've told them that.
He's seen enough, commercials or anything on television or anything in his adulthood that shows him that you get in trouble, you ask for a lawyer. I mean, it's, you know, I mean, he's smart enough to figure that out. But yeah, I just,
Well,
Why didn't his
Chris
parents
asking
tell him?
for a lawyer is
What?
Chris' mind thinking I look guilty if he asks for a lawyer. It looks like in his mind, I'm gonna look guilty. I'm not gonna look like I'm being agreeable or going with the investigation. It's gonna I won't look like the
Oh,
good
yeah.
guy.
definitely that Trent was totally fibbing.
Can I
Yeah,
just
we
say
were
something
laughing.
real fast? I know this is
Yeah.
probably going to blow some people out of the water and they're going to think that maybe I'm just crazy or whatever.
All
But
right,
I have a
hold
theory.
on. I'm gonna
about
hold
the
on. Yeah, I'm holding on.
I have a theory about the Oxycontin
Go
and
ahead.
where it might possibly have came from. Okay, so
Go
he
ahead.
took the flight to North Carolina, right? And you know they
Yeah.
check you when you go through the airport. So I'm sure he possibly didn't have it. And I know that you guys know Frankie had a problem with opiates.
Uh-huh.
So it makes me wonder if when he didn't get to North Carolina, did he buy that from Frankie and Frankie didn't know what he was getting it for or why? And I mean, did he, it makes me wonder if he didn't get it from him. That's why he said he'll take it to the grave with him.
Oh wow.
Maybe.
And
Well,
he was at their
Because
house.
Frankie was on opiates very, very badly. So
And he
maybe.
never saw. I know people want to blame his sister or his family, but he didn't see his family before he slipped that to her.
No. But
how do you know when he flipped it to her?
Because it was supposed to be the night that he got there. Because Frank Jr.
Yeah.
said she was extremely ill.
and she was
She was
sick.
vomiting. She was very sick, and he admitted the night he got there, he poisoned her or tried to drug her.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he never said where it came from. I mean, it only takes a split second to
That
get
that
something
is
from somebody.
that is just so bizarre though that he would say that. But
I mean, if
I
my
think-
husband went to my brothers and said, "Hey, you guys, I have a toothache really bad. Can you get me anything? I mean, my tooth is hurting really bad, or my back is hurting really bad. I just had a long flight." I'm sure my brothers probably would. They'd probably be, "Okay, yeah, I'll help you out, you
Yeah.
know, whatever." But I mean,
right.
just speaking on like if Chris did this with Frankie, because at that
Mhm.
point they had been together 8 years. He's a trusted confidant, like a brother-in-law. He never in a million years thought he would ever hurt her. He's never laid a hand on his sister. Why would he
Right.
ever think he would drug her?
I mean, they
So
were
I'm sure
like,
I mean, it just, I don't know. This is my theory. Maybe it's wrong. You know, it could be right. I mean, I don't know. Fuck. I'm just saying.
that could
it's
come
possible.
from. I mean, yeah, they could come from anywhere. I mean, I think that he throws things instead of telling, which it probably wouldn't even be a big deal of where he did get it. But he throws that stuff up there to make people, just question it and want to know the answer. You know, I think there's a little bit of that there too.
And
But
that's
I
the
think that
problem
he-
with him saying, "I'll take it to the grave." It leaves us all open for discussion and speculation.
Right.
And I think he likes that.
I think that he's scared. I think he's getting scared because that's why they put lit the fire underneath this again, is because I think that he is starting to settle down in prison and he's starting to see that it's not what he's not always going to be protected. And he has no clue what prison's like. No clue at all.
Like they said, I mean, somebody in chat just said like Ronnie had a cocaine addiction. He did. So what's to say that Chris didn't?
Right. Or
Didn't say, hey,
Chris acted so dumb and childish and said, "Oh, it's some white powder." He fucking knew it was cocaine. Why does he talk like that?
Right. To protect his dad.
Right. Yes. I mean, and to make himself at that time, I think that maybe him and NK was testing she knew all about him, but he was starting to test the waters of stuff like that. And he wanted to separate himself from knowing any knowledge of any kind of illegal substance, period, to make himself still look good, like he still was innocent, that he didn't know anything about drugs or, anything.
Well, when he said the white powder comment, he hadn't confessed to drugging her. So that might be a possibility. He just wanted to seem naive. But can I just mention a comment that Cement put up a while back? And I think it's a great discussion. He said that He says he'll take whatever happened at NK's apartment to the grave. What's worse than killing children? That made me think they really did that 2 guy, 1 girl stuff she was looking up online. And even
Right.
Cheryl and Cadel is alluding to the fact that they have a threesome. What do you girls think?
I do. I think that's what it was. I do. And Chris doesn't want to admit that it was 2 guys and a girl instead of, 2 girls and a guy.
What do you think, Queen? You think they did the threesome?
Yeah, I do. I think there might have even been more than that. You know what I mean? Like even
Right.
even a couple, you know what I'm saying? Or another couple.
Yeah.
Well,
Another
like the
husband
new
and wife.
camping,
Or
Huh?
even the new group. I see what you're saying, like swinging, but even the nude camping. Why wouldn't he just say that? Who cares
Okay.
if they went nude
And
camping?
people
And it makes sense now. Wait, Cheryl. It makes sense now that he never mentioned it because we don't see pictures really of them at the campsite. We see the tent, we see the fire pit, but there aren't many pictures. I don't think I've seen one of him and her at that campsite.
well, and going back to the medication, like someone put in the comments, if Ronnie knew where to get cocaine, I'm sure he probably knew where to get oxy.
Right.
Definitely.
I don't know. Just saying.
And they could have just had it laying around, in the medicine cabinet somewhere and he got it out. Who's to say? But
unless somebody met him at the airport and we just don't know, or they left it outside in front of the house under a bush. You just don't fucking know.
This is where they were raised. They were born and raised in North Carolina, so I'm sure he probably does know.
I was thinking his friend, the only friend he had from childhood, that one guy.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
He would have took it to his grave. I think if he got it from him, he would have. That's something that he would have took to his grave. Not to want to involve him.
Well, Mark wasn't in North Carolina. He had seen him in San Diego, but Chris hadn't been thinking this way yet. It was the visit on the 14th. That when Nicole Kessinger went to his home, I think that was the day that she might have found out she was pregnant. I definitely think she knew she was pregnant, and she may have known before that day, but I think that's the day, maybe if she didn't know, she saw a sonogram picture or ultrasound picture, something in the house, and that's why they had such an argument. And then she came out with, I wanted to give you your first son.
And she said that about Dieter taking her upstairs, and she went in their bedroom. That dog didn't take her up there.
No, of course not.
She had a lot of nerve being in Shanann's house. Yeah. That's what's so disrespectful. Him taking her to her home
and letting her sit in her car. What a fucking bitch.
And she's got a lot of nerve going in that home and being there. And she could tell by looking that they were set up, like husband and wife. It wasn't like I don't know.
She knew by Googling them that they were husband and wife, and she didn't give 2 fucks.
Yeah, I agree. She knew that. Even the email proved that she knew they were very much married, because in the email it says, out of respect for myself, you and your wife and your family, we should keep this friendship at work. But by the way, everything we talk about is secret. So she was kind of telling him, let's keep this at work. But then undoing that by saying, but what we talk about is secret. So it just gave the green light to carry this on.
And
she had to make herself look good though. If they ever got discovered at work, because they do not tolerate, in that big of a corporation, they do not tolerate coworkers sleeping together. That's something they will not tolerate. Period. Point blank.
Right. Yes, Amy. She talked about the bedroom furniture and the beautiful home and the beautiful family, and I think that she really, she saw Shanann as a beautiful woman that had everything, that was organized and clean and neat and was outgoing. She was really jealous of her.
When she spoke about being in that house, she sounded very jealous. Everything was very, pricey. Like she was so overcome by how nice everything was, and she couldn't wrap her mind around how they were affording it. But then Chris told her that his checks are going and he never sees any of it because they're so in debt, basically, or their expenses are exceeding their income. So how did she think she was going to start a life with this man who's married with children, and now he's going to have financial obligations up the yin yang? Like, how are they going to? He couldn't even afford to rent an apartment.
I think that she would have been happy. I think that she, wanted this. She just wanted to slip into Shanann's position in the house and have the big house and the family like Shanann had, and Shanann just slip out. I think that's what her, overall dream thing was. Because the first sentence out of her, the text that she sent him was, "I hope someday, to have what you have built with your, beautiful wife, and family, have a, something that like that."
A beautiful life, exactly.
Right, she knew that he was very married at that point, or she wouldn't have said that. And they can't tell me. Then she goes in that police station and says that she did not. He said that they were separated. Well, why did she say that she would like to have something, like he had? I just don't get that.
Well, think about that email, right? And all that jealousy. But oh shit, I was just gonna say something. Fuck. Well, yeah,
Yes.
obviously she was very jealous of everything Shanann had, but I think she also knew that they were living far beyond their means, definitely. But like even Chris, he was already looking up an Audi something car. I think that Chris had this idea in his head that he was going to work at the oil fields, and he was going to take over Shanann's business, and he was going to be rid of all his obligations. And that's why on the Saturday night, he was not interested. Nikki said he was not interested in talking about the apartments at all.
Thank you,
He had just, she said he had lost interest. Yeah, he lost interest because he knew he would still have his house to stay in and his family wouldn't be there. He didn't need an apartment anymore in his new plan.
Right.
I don't think
this.
I don't think he was gonna. I don't think he intended on keeping that house. I really don't. I don't think he intended on staying there. It was beyond their
Yeah,
means.
but yeah,
They couldn't afford it.
take
On top of that, they were 6 months behind with the homeowners association, and they were getting kicked out anyways.
Well, they were actually they were like more than like 12 months behind. On
Oh,
their
really?
homeowners. Oh yeah, 12 months. And
Oh
I
my
think
God.
when
Last I had heard it was 6.
I think when she was in North Carolina, that's when he was served with that paperwork for the court date, and he talked to her about it probably while she was away.
I bet you're right.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Because like NK knew a lot about their finances and about
I think she knew what he made and I think she knew his financials because she knew what he made and she knew what his take home pay was, but I don't think she knew about what their personal financials were between him and his
from
wife.
what just from what she said that Chris told her, Chris was saying he didn't know anything, that Shanann kept everything from him. He had no clue. He had a clue. Because he knew about the house payment being due. August.
My husband doesn't. I do our own stuff. He doesn't
right.
know. He doesn't care. Right. I do our own shit, so it's
but Shanann had talked to him about the house payment when it was due, and that the house payment was due like the 16th of August. And I just think he did know. I think he had an inkling that, but Shanann and him both knew that they were going to have to buckle down and do something different because the school was way too expensive. She did not have to have him in that school.
Let's talk about that. If this whole situation hadn't come up and Chris wasn't pulling away from her, they would have stayed in that house. It wasn't going on the market yet. He was just starting to question everything because, of course, he was devaluing his family, and now he's listening to NK in his ear saying, "You're living beyond your means." So that was the only reason she was even entertaining selling, because of his telling her that it was all too much, because he said it.
Well, Shanann got in touch with the real estate agent and told her that they were going to put the house on the market.
Yeah,
and
because
that
Chris started putting up a big stink. She didn't do that before he started pulling away.
Oh, yeah, she talked to the real estate person about moving to
Yeah, I know. But that wasn't until the end of July, beginning of August. He had
Okay.
already started making complaints about not being compatible. Saying that he was sick of the house. He was disgusted by the house and he wanted to move to
being
Broomfield or whatever.
That's what he
Yeah,
told
they were
me.
housebroken.
They were housebroken.
Yeah.
And
So
how
she
would he
was
know
going to
that
go.
they were housebroken?
Yeah, well, he was going to go along with putting the house on the market. She was
Mhm.
too, and it would never come up if he didn't start saying this shit. I think that I don't know what their fucking future plans were, but let's be honest here. The school was far beyond what they should have been paying. Her father
Wait.
even said to her, "You should just wait one more year and put Bella in the public school system to start kindergarten." But she didn't want to do that. And the public schools are free. We all know that. So there was no reason why Bella had to start at 4 years old. It's not going to make that much of an impact in the grand scheme of things.
And the school for
paying your
Bella was
mortgage.
going to go up substantially. And
Well, she wasn't paying her mortgage. How dare her pay this for school?
can you
Your
imagine
mortgage-
putting your child
first.
in daycare that costs $240 each for just 3 days? I mean, that's a
Not in
whole lot
Frederick.
of money.
No. If you're in New York City or downtown Boston, I paid $200 a week back in 2000s, but I was in downtown. There's a big difference. She was working from home. I get it. She needed some time to herself. I get it.
But she could have put him in a regular daycare.
To come to the house for 4 or 5 hours every afternoon.
Well,
saved
I
a
would have never
shitload of
been
money.
able to afford to put my kids in daycare for $500 a week, which equals out to about $2,000 a month just for daycare. No
Right.
way.
No way.
No way.
I mean, that
And
is
she's not paying her
crazy.
mortgage. They already just pulled 10 grand out of his retirement. That's a big chunk of change for a 33-year-old. You don't really have that much in. So to take it out and pay back mortgage, and then you're already falling behind again, but school's your priority? I don't understand that thinking. And I even look at little things like, wait a second, the electric bill. That bothers me that there were only 2 young children and 2 adults. Why do they need an extra freezer and an extra freezer and fridge plugged in downstairs? Do you know how much it costs to run 3 refrigerators? Refrigerators all year? It's a lot of money when it started adding everything up.
Right.
The abundance of clothes and shoes and purses. It was all so much. Even the stuff in the basement. Who the fuck has that much stuff? Think about the money. Just the tubs cost. The plastic bins. Hundreds of them.
I had that. Well, I have a lot of stuff, y'all.
You don't have it like that.
Oh, yeah.
You have a basement filled like that with hundreds of tubs, and she's putting up 3 to 5 Christmas trees a Christmas. I mean, that's excessive. You can't afford it. Why are you doing it?
Oh,
I don't get it.
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying, Cindy?
Yes. It's, I don't know.
Would you do it, Queen Bee? Would you do all that?
If you can't,
Hello?
I just don't understand it.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. I was helping my daughter. What'd you say?
Oh, you missed all of that?
No, just the last end. You said, what'd you think about what, Queen Bee? And then that's all I
My
heard.
girlfriend has more stuff than King Tut.
About the stuff she had in the basement and running 3 freezer fridges for a family of 4. I have 1 normal size freezer fridge with my freezer on top, and I got 3 of us here. I mean, it's plenty of room. I just don't understand the excessiveness and the waste.
Well,
to run 3 fridges,
we have a regular refrigerator, and we have a stand-up deep freezer on our front porch, and then we have a deep freezer out in the garage, but it's a really small one, and that's only for like my husband has a few snakes, and he keeps like rats and stuff out there for him or whatever to feed them and stuff. That's about that. So.
I get that. but
But it wasn't
even when
like
they
I mean, I
opened
don't
them,
think that I think they live beyond their means. I think she had one for her upstairs for everyday normal stuff, and then she had one for her Lavelle stuff, for her brownie
well,
bites
they
and
were
all her
almost
bullshit.
empty. When she opened, the cops opened the freezer downstairs, it was almost empty. It's just the money. I'm just saying, when you look at all those little things and you eliminate all those little things, you could live a lot more comfortably.
Right. And I just don't think that they had that they had grew up financially, and they should have started working on the finances right after their bankruptcy instead
I
of
don't think
waiting till they got in the same situation and then decided to work on it.
I don't think
But
Shanann ever learned to live within her means. She was a dreamer, and God bless her. That's great. You should be a
right.
dreamer.
But
You
well,
have to
see,
be real.
and
You have to be realistic with it. You know what I
she
mean? You have to take the steps. You can't
she
go
was
from
making
your mom's home to a fucking $500,000 house when you don't have a job supporting that lifestyle. You just can't do it.
and she was used to that. I mean, like her other husband, he was a lawyer, and
Well, he
she
was in
was
school for most of it. No, she wasn't used to it.
well,
He was a struggling
she
student.
she did
Well,
make
she worked for Dirty South Customs, and supposedly there was a big deal about someone scamming money or some kind of
Money, I heard that.
yeah, and that's how supposedly they had what's that called? I want to say like money laundering, something along those lines,
Right.
with Dirty South Customs, and she had to spend that like ASAP, which is why she built that house. And it was like a fox house. It was basically really cheaply made and very, very cheaply set up with the cheapest of the cheap and made to look very
McMansion.
fancy. But once you
Basically
buy a
a
house like
cheap
that, it
McMansion.
breaks down
Yeah.
and things break and things go really bad really fast.
Right. Well, yeah, then she says the reason she left Dirty South was because they ran out of money and they couldn't pay her, so she stopped going. Plus, she wasn't feeling well.
um the first marriage, Shanann just the first husband said that Shanann just stopped coming home. She just
That was his perception, but I
yeah,
think
that
that
was
Yeah.
she
his perception.
Well, and he went to
she
school.
worked.
I pretty much they
Right.
split up, and then he went to school and became a lawyer. So
Yeah,
she
but they
became a
were not
mom.
well off by any means.
No, not at all.
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
So that marriage ended. I bet there was a breakdown in communication. They were probably going in different directions. I believe they got married when she was what, in her early, maybe 20,
Yeah, they're
21.
young. Yeah.
I mean, that's really young to get married. You don't know another person. You just don't at that age. That's so young.
I was 15.
I know.
Isn't that awful?
I asked her if she got knocked up. I'm like, did you get knocked up? And she was like, no. But then I was like, oh, fuck, how old was the boy? But he was also her age. I felt okay about it. But her
Yeah.
dad was very sick, terminally ill, and he just wanted to make sure his daughter was going to be okay. So I get it. Life happens, girl.
Yeah. But I mean,
Nothing you
and
can
I
do.
did it for like
Security.
well, no. There was no security with the kid's dad that I married. It was because my parents was so religious and I was having sex, and so
Oh, well, you didn't say that. Okay, I get it. But you weren't pregnant, right? No.
no, I wasn't pregnant. But
Do you know my
I mean,
father walked on me having sex with my high school boyfriend? Walked
it,
in the fucking room. Oh, yes,
my
he did.
dad did too.
It
That
was
was
so
the
fucking embarrassing. So my father, he's an old-fashioned Italian guy, right? So me and my boyfriend, his name was Johnny. I was with him for 5 years, right through high school, and I was on top of him. This is getting a little graphic. And my father walked in the room, and I jumped off. I wasn't completely naked, thank the Lord. And Johnny stood up and grabbed the pillow from the bed and held it against the front of his crotch and said to my father, you can punch me if you want to. But my father adored him and he didn't punch him, but he kicked him out of the house. It was the worst day of my life.
It said, too bad she didn't stick with him. How bad could the guy have been? Yeah.
Well, if there's a
Yeah,
breakdown
I
in
mean,
communication, I mean,
yeah,
it
you
just,
never, yeah. sometimes
I don't know why
that's
she
really
wouldn't have worked on that though. I mean, maybe she did. We don't know the whole story. They may have gone through counseling and it just was not working.
right.
When
I mean, you never
he wasn't
know.
coming home though, where was she staying? I wonder.
He said that she just decided not to come home. I don't know. It's
Where
so
was she?
weird.
She had to be sleeping somewhere. Where was she sleeping?
Yeah.
Did she go to her parents?
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, you
So
know,
she was
I've made worse
No, from
mistakes
my
than what she done
understanding, she
did.
was staying with the owner from Dirty South Customs, which is why she quit coming home.
I heard that too, but is that believable? Was she sleeping with that guy?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
She
All
could have
right.
been. But
And anybody who's
still,
going to listen to this later and wants to say we're bashing, we're not. It's called victimology. We're talking about the
right.
lives that led up to
Yeah, we're just
the
trying to,
psychology of these people in this situation. And I think the first marriage has a lot to do with why she
right,
wanted to hold on to it so tightly.
right.
She just didn't want to be a single mom with 3 kids.
And her friends, I mean, they didn't understand her being sick all the time. She couldn't go with them and stuff because she didn't feel well. And I understand that because I went through something like that. And your friends get tired of asking you to go and you don't feel like it. And you're always sick and you're always complaining, you know? I do
Right.
understand that
But
part.
let's think of this. She's part of an MLM, right? All her friends are basically MLM friends, right? So let's say she drops out of Thrive. You know what happens to that whole group of friends, don't you?
Yeah, they're gone.
They're gone. Those are not real friendships. I've
No.
watched some documentaries on the LuLaRoe girls and how they were so into it and taking the trips and they were all best friends. And then when the company started having too many salespeople out there, the market was just saturated. You couldn't even get people to buy your crap anymore because the merchandise was defective too. It was all ripping. And if they decided to leave to cut their losses, everybody just blocked them on Facebook and just cut them
Mhm.
off.
I just watched a documentary on this of a lady who sold LuLaRoe, and she is now $28,000 in debt
Yeah. Did
because
you see
of
all the merchandise?
LuLaRoe.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Did you see
And
all
yeah,
the
she's got
merchandise?
an entire house full of merchandise that she can't even sell. She can't do anything with
Couldn't
it
even
but
sell it for
donate it.
$1.
See,
Yep.
man, I don't know. Let's see. I think that uh, it was mutual. Like after the fact that he said that she
Wanted
just
it.
quit coming
Yeah.
home. I think that he would have stayed with her, but he just didn't understand why she just one day just quit coming home. I
Well,
mean, I
Shanann
don't
made
think.
a comment that the attorney from that first divorce, it cost a lot of money, but I don't know why. I got divorced, and as long as everything's agreed on, it's basically just a document.
Yeah. It's according to if one fights it, or if they have more
Right.
hearings, or
Absolutely.
you know,
Yeah, there's
uh,
assets to fight over. Yeah, or children will drive up the cost of a divorce, but they didn't have any of that. I don't even think
and
they
they
owned a
used
home.
to. And in some states they have laws that you can't get a divorce while your spouse is pregnant too. I did hear that.
Well, I know some states you have to be separated for so long before you can
Right.
actually get the divorce. In Massachusetts, I'm not sure because we were separated for a couple of years, and then we weren't even concerned about we were living apart, and then we finally just agreed to let's go ahead and make it official. We agreed on we didn't. I left with what I came with. He left with what he came with. It was just the way it was. And any money we had in the bank, we split it 50-50. We both agreed on that, and we just walked away from each other. So it wasn't a big deal. It didn't cost a lot. But I don't know if they were fighting stuff or having to settle a vehicle or any other furniture. Sometimes people fight over that stuff.
Well, my first marriage. Oh my God, it was so. I brought things into the marriage. You know, things that I owned before, and he did too. And he wanted the stuff I brought into the marriage. He wanted the stuff we accumulated during the marriage, and he wanted the stuff he brought into the marriage. Plus, he wanted stuff of my parents, and so I had to fight him. But he got legal aid to take his case, and I was a single mother with 2 kids, 2 little bitty kids, and no, 1 little bitty kid at the time, and I had to go and hire a lawyer, and he got legal aid to pay for his.
Oh God.
So go figure. And
That's great. Cement wrote that one of is Cement a girl? I thought
Cement.
Cement would be a man for some reason. Yes, isn't that funny?
Cement is Andrew. His name is Andrew.
Oh, it is a he. Oh, it's a girlfriend of his. He said one of his girlfriends saw a video on an MLM connection, and she thought it was about murders or something, and it freaked her out because those are the initials. She never heard of multi-level marketing before. They're a fucking cult. A lot of the MLMs come out of Utah, and they're associated with the Mormon religion, and that's a fact.
Really?
Oh yes, I saw a whole documentary
I
on
just
the
don't see
connection
how
of it.
that they can sustain, like you said. I mean, eventually it's going to come crashing down because there's going to be so many of them.
Well, if it grows
Yeah.
too fast, yeah, like
Right.
LuLaRoe, they were oversaturated. It was just too
I mean,
much product out
Shanann was
there.
good at it. I don't see how she, I just don't see how she was that good at it. I mean, I just don't see how anybody can make a living doing that. It would be so hard. It just seems like that would be
Well,
just such a
she
hard
put in
job.
12, 14 hours a day. And when you actually look at the income, she would have been better off getting a job, a real
Yeah.
paying job. And another thing nobody tells you is Shanann didn't have taxes taken out of her pay. So when she filed taxes, she had to have made sure she put money aside to pay her income tax.
Yeah.
And I don't think she was set up to do that.
Well, I know. She was doing it at first, I think. She was still putting money into her retirement for one of hers. I know that. But as far as taxes, can you imagine? Ugh.
Well,
Because we
even
had
the
our own
car,
business.
the car, there's
and
confusion. From my understanding, they paid $800 towards the car as a voucher. Now, if she didn't want to take the car, they would have just given her $300 in cash in lieu of the car benefit, right?
well,
But
yeah.
what's the car insurance paid for?
Okay, the car, Lavelle paid the car. They paid everything but the gasoline. That's why that Chris was not supposed to drive it, because he was not covered under the insurance.
How would she get a lease under her name with her credit ruined the way it is? To lease a vehicle, you have to have good credit.
I think Lavelle did it. I mean, I think Lavelle
No,
had
it
like
has
a.
to go under her name. Nope, that's not true. They pay, but it has to go under the person who's getting the car's name.
I
Because
don't
if she
know.
doesn't meet her sales quotas, she's responsible for that car. It's her
But-
car.
Yeah, but I think that I know, but I don't really know how that works. I'll have to check into
No,
it.
it goes under the person's name. It does.
Yeah.
I know for a fact.
Yeah, but
And
I do. I mean,
doesn't-
it had to have been under her name because the insurance was under her name only.
right.
but-
And if they didn't meet certain
they-
requirements, she was responsible for the car payment. So that's a lot of pressure to
Yeah.
produce, getting people signed up. And as many as she's signing up, there's those ones that are dropping off because a lot
Right.
of them don't last more than a couple of months once they realize the work
Mhm.
involved. It's
But
not just
look
as
at-
simple as making a video on Facebook and watch you get rich. There's a lot of work involved.
Yeah.
She sent out free samples, right?
And look
She had
at
to do
Nicole Atkinson was fixing. They were going to go either that day, I think that Monday, and pick out Nicole Atkinson's new car because she earned her
Right.
car,
yeah,
and
she
that
did.
was fast. I mean, she earned one fast. So
Well, another big reason they had to, well, that's because she had Shanann right next to her, pushing her. So that's why, and Nicole will even say that Shanann would like call her first thing in the morning to get her going, to make her sales and work with the business. So that's a big reason why she was successful in that
but look how many
MLM.
people that she would have to get underneath her, and I mean, that's a lot of work. I mean, that's hard
Well, when
work.
they were in Arizona, Nicole Atkinson mentioned that she had one of her new recruits on the trip, and Shanann was helping her and Nicole get her acclimated to what needed to be done.
And Shanann was supposed to go with Nicole to get her car, and it was sad because she wasn't there.
Well, that's another thing why I say Chris is a fucking moron. Because if you're really going to pull this plan off, what he should have done was the last couple of days before this happened, he should have been communicating with his wife. Oh, what are you going to do on Monday? Oh, what are your plans? Just to find out. He would have known she had a doctor's appointment that was going to set off red flags. He would have known that her and Nicole Atkinson had plans first thing to go look at a car.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then he convinced Shanann not to announce the baby was a boy until the afternoon of the 13th. On the 13th, they were going to announce it. So he had to make sure that didn't happen. That was another big reason. It had to happen that night. Even though her plane ran late, he couldn't push it off one more night.
Yeah. I think NK was just thinking that he was going to leave her.
Yes, I agree with that. What do you think, Queen? Do you think that NK thought he was going to leave? Or do you think that she might have known something bad was going to happen?
I think she knew something bad was going to happen. Not like to the point of he was going to annihilate his family, but I think she knew. I think she probably is the one that dropped subtle hints about it. Like, I think that her sending the song battery must kill the family, the battery, and then all of a sudden he kills his family. And they're putting the fucking battery tanks. I mean, that's pretty coincidental, don't you think?
Her wanting those lyrics. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Cheryl to think that there was something in the green drink, and I'm starting to kind of believe it myself.
I mean,
well, I'm not really going to go into that. I think that's reaching a little bit, but I mean, I definitely think that he was already thinking about this, and the plan was set in motion when he started having the affair. Shanann was gone. He got a feeling of what it was like to live without his wife and kids and do what he wanted when he wanted with whoever, which NK was who he wanted to do it with. He knew it was going to be an issue when they came back. I mean, he knew it was going to be an issue when they came back. He knew that he was not going to be able to continue living like that. Shanann already knew, but she knew. She did, but she didn't. And he said he killed her. He said that when she asked him was he with someone else, he said he couldn't even tell her yes, even as he was, you know what I mean, killing. He could not admit to her. So I don't think he was ever going to admit it to her. And when my husband did it to me after we were together for 12 years, he couldn't look me in the face and admit it to me either.
No, I think he jumped on her back when she was asleep. He didn't even have a conversation with her that morning. He's a coward.
That brought me to my next conversation. Did you watch Kim's video where they did the instant replay of how supposedly he grabbed a hold of Shanann when she was standing in front of Cece's bed?
Yes, the reenactment.
Yes. What'd y'all think of that?
I didn't watch that.
I thought that was so ridiculous. It was unreal. And
my only problem with Shanann dying in another room is that he wrapped her in the bottom sheet. So to me, that tells me she died in the bed. He tore off all the blankets that were covering her, and the blanket she was lying on is what she got wrapped up in. Right. That's why I believe that it was on that bed.
I do too.
Because who would use the bottom sheet? Why wouldn't he just use the top sheet? If she was in another room, he would have grabbed the sheet real quick and wrapped her up. But she was already on top of the bottom sheet.
Well, and you know that Kim says that how else would the autopsy match with the wounds on Shanann if it didn't happen just like the reenactment, like Chris said? Well, and she said, how would he know that if he didn't see that, if he didn't do it that way? He killed her. He absolutely knew exactly what to say in any situation for the autopsy to match the wounds because he did it. I mean, I just don't get that part, what she thinks that is proving that, that because of
the injuries, because he was the one that killed her, so he would know where the injuries were going to be.
Yeah, but she's saying that why would the injuries be there if it didn't happen like, Chris is saying it did. Well,
even when they said that, oh shit, what was I just going to say? Fuck. I totally forgot what I just had a point I wanted
Well,
to
I
make.
just cannot believe that. I just don't understand what put it in his head that he needed to get rid of his baby girls too. And
Well, they were in the way of him having freedom with NK. They weren't part of his plan. They were actually a problem for him, especially NK when she's talking to him and she's saying things like,
right,
oh, after you get your apartment, when you have your kids for 1 week, you stay with them and we'll see each other on the week you don't have them. But to him, it's like ding, ding. Oh, they're going to
it's like,
stop me from seeing the woman I want to
but she
see.
said it sarcastically, like, no, when you spend time with your kids, you just go ahead and you can't be with me until you're not with them, is the way that I put it. I mean,
Yes.
I've seen
And
it like,
well, that's how he took it. That's
I think
exactly how he took it.
everything she did was come out of her mouth that spewed like that was sarcastically, you know, and she really didn't mean what was coming out of her mouth. She meant, the opposite. She didn't want him uh, doing what she's telling him to do. I mean, and I think that she's staying in hiding is because of the realization of that she was acting like a teenager, immature, jealous, bipolar person that was off her rocker, and that no matter how small of a part she did play, that she thinks she still played a part in Shanann being murdered because of the pressure she put on him. And I think that she's staying in hiding because she knows that she played a
God.
part in it and she was wrong. I mean, I just believe that the realization of what she's done is keeping her scared and out of that's why she's staying, out of the limelight. I do, because I think she's afraid she is going to be brought up on charges with him.
I'm sorry, my boy dog was trying to hump my girl dog. I had to go
think
break that up.
I think it's a possibility, but one day she's going to come up with this huge book deal. Watch.
I just think she's the biggest piece of shit walking because let's listen. Even the best case scenario is
Yes,
Chris
Amy, I
Lee's
agree with that.
wife and 2 daughters. And she was okay with breaking that family up, breaking the hearts of 2 little girls and leaving a pregnant woman to fend basically for all 3 kids, right? And now be a single mom. And she was okay with that. And I don't give a fuck. Like when she first said to the cops, well, he didn't have a wedding ring on. Oh, that comment pisses me off. Because she's trying to already say that I didn't know he was married. And she knew he was
fat when he got married and he lost all that weight and his wedding ring was falling off of him.
Right.
It didn't fit him
but
anymore.
for her to say that so sarcastic, like a matter of fact, like to try to make a point. He didn't have a wedding ring on, That's how it sounded. It was like, so what? You fucking knew he was married. And any man living in the family home with his wife and kids is very much still in a marriage. I don't care if he's telling you
and if they say they're separated, she lives in the basement, my ass. You don't believe that. I don't care.
He is not separated. And I hate when she says that. Usually he could talk to me at night. He would go in the basement. Girl, Shanann was away for the whole month of July. Then they didn't get back until the 7th of August. And then she left again on the 10th, right? So literally Shanann was home with Chris maybe 2 or 3 nights. So don't talk about their routine because you don't fucking know about their routine.
Right. That is, there's no limitations, statute of limitations on murder. Yeah,
no,
and that would be frightening to think that. I think NK just, I think that she knows what part she played because she was not mentally stable and she was just like a teenager. She's immature.
Yes, that I agree. The bipolar thing, I don't buy that. That's not even true. Chris said it came from his attorney told him that because his father said it, because NK was talking to some video. The video he's referring to is when she was left alone in the interview room and she remembered some detail and she said aloud to herself, oh yeah, don't
Is
forget,
that
tell him
what
that.
he's getting that
And that's
at?
all
So
it was. Yes,
she
there's
did
no
not
YouTube
say that she
video.
was bipolar on a video. That's what I thought. Still being
She was never
investigated.
on a video talking about being bipolar ever. He's talking about the video when she was in the interview room and she said, oh yeah, don't forget. And then she wrote something down. She
That's
was
weird.
just talking aloud because she remembered something. And
I just
they
can't
love
believe.
to label people bipolar. They love it. The Watts are fucking psychiatrists and they're labeling everybody bipolar.
I
I'm
just
probably
cannot
bipolar.
believe that. I mean, the stuff that they say about people without, everybody's
Like
got a problem with them.
Shanann was not bipolar or paranoid about Cindy. She wasn't.
No,
I
or
think they disliked
narcissist.
each other.
I mean,
I think it's
I
insulting that they try to label people bipolar as a way to fucking hurt them. There are millions
Right.
of people with bipolar, and that doesn't mean you're a bad person or a person that doesn't deserve love. So for them to keep using that as a way to try to label people something bad makes them pieces of shit in my book. Like, stop
Well-
fucking saying people with bipolar.
I tell you, all Shanann wanted was Cindy and them to love her and be accepted by them. And she was so happy when they were going to do her wedding shower because she thought that they were accepting her, and they weren't. They were doing something undermining to hurt her, and she just didn't get it until it was too late.
Shanann's like her family. They're very big-hearted people.
And they
And
worked on that.
She
I mean,
always
Cindy
wanted
worked
to
on that.
try- Cheryl, she always wanted to try to fix that relationship, make it better. And that's where she went wrong when she was in North Carolina, going to his house without him and thinking everything was going to be okay. She should have never done that. I would have never done that.
Nope.
Never.
And I can't believe, Cindy knew she worked on that, trying to get Chris to see Shanann like she did. And I think that every contact she came with him, every cookout or every meal or anything contact that they had with Shanann and Chris, I think Cindy was constantly undermining her, trying to push her buttons and make her look bad, to blow her stack against Cindy so Cindy can go, oh, look what she's doing to me now. That's what I think. Because she just
even
didn't
the ice cream incident was planned. That was all planned.
Right. And it was pistachio. And I think that they would, Cindy darn well would have put Cece's life in jeopardy to prove that Shanann was lying about the allergies. I think that she would have. I think she would have tested the waters to see if Cece really was allergic.
I think she thought Shanann had Munchausen by proxy.
And that right there, she don't even. You know what? Joseph's ex-wife had Munchausen, and we got custody of his little girl because of it. And Munchausen is totally different from what Shanann was doing. These mothers make their children sick on purpose and do things that jeopardize their life for attention for themselves and for people to feel pity and feel sorry for them.
I found it very creepy that when she's giving them a nebulizer treatment or they're in the hospital, I just found that weird that all of that was for Facebook. There's some things that aren't meant for the internet. And I think she took it too far by posting all those types of things. And even like there was an enema that you squeeze up a butt. One of them was empty, the tube, and Bella had them on all her fingers. And then she was pretending to stick it in her butt on film. And that's weird to me.
Oh, great.
Well, what do you guys think about the doll? The doll being covered up and him sending that picture. What do you think?
I think he sent it.
Who? Well,
dolls
Chris,
wrapped up like a dead person?
yeah,
Yes, wrapped up in a sheet.
I think that was, I think Chris did it as a, because he was daydreaming then about killing them.
Yep.
And I think that he really wanted to share that with somebody. And I think that he, oh, I don't even know how to put it nicely. It was his way of telling Shanann that he wanted to kill her without coming out and saying it. And, you know, and
I think it
because
was a red flag.
he knew that she wouldn't
What do you
take
think
it
of it, Queen?
as that, but
That,
it was his,
right.
it was like his own inside joke that he knew some, that he sent it at, and he knew what he was daydreaming about. That's what I think. And I think
What do
that
you
he
think of
felt
it,
good
Queen?
about daydreaming about doing it. I think that it made
Yeah, he
him feel
loved it.
good to kill Shanann.
He said he was fantasizing. What do you think of it, Queen? I'm dying to hear what you think of the doll picture.
I think he was unconsciously aware that this is what he was trying to put together. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he had like been thinking different things and like different ideas. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
different thoughts of what he could do, which is hence the reason why he tried the pill. And then when that didn't
Yeah.
work, he had to go into plan B, which was because I think if it would have worked in North Carolina and she would have overdosed and lost the baby at the very least, he could have had his chance to get out then.
Yep.
It
I
didn't
think if
happen
that
that way.
miscarriage
So
worked,
And
if the
I think that
miscarriage
he would have
worked,
said that
he
she
would've- yeah.
was addicted to those pills and she caused the miscarriage herself, and that's why he was leaving her.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was gonna say. He would have, yep, it would have
Really?
been blamed on her. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he would have blamed her when it came back that she that she miscarried because of drugs. He would have thought
And
she
it
had
would have been,
was addicted
her
to
fault, not his, and he could move
something.
on in K, and he
Yeah.
would still be looked at as Mr. Wonderful Husband.
Yeah, because he really cared about his image. He really cared.
Oh yes, that's everything to him.
You know what made me so? This is what got me is he said that he was happy with Shanann. He didn't know that they had a problem until he met NK and she told him what was wrong with his marriage. That it was that he was having, that they did, that they were having problems in their marriage, that their marriage wasn't very good.
Well, I
That's
mean, I
when,
think NK and Shanann are polar opposites. I mean, they are complete
Well, I don't think they really
opposites.
are. I think in certain ways, but I think NK really emphasized how different she was. And she researched what Chris's likes were, like taking him to the car show, going to the
well,
drag races. Like
yeah,
she really researched what he loved,
right.
or she just paid attention when he talked and then offered to do those things. Like
And she
she even
chased
said,
him.
everything that we did was my idea.
And
I
it
brought it
wasn't.
up. He thinks
She
he
was a
had a part
master
in all that.
manipulator. She is such a
He
manipulator.
Yes,
She manipulated them cops. Those cops didn't even know what hit them. This
I agree
girl
with
has done some major, major studying up on manipulation. She does all the tactics that you do in a, if you were going to say, for example, go in a college room and sit all day long and learn how to be a manipulator. This girl put some time and effort into learning manipulation.
Well, Chris isn't hard to manipulate. If he's into you, he's going to listen
what
to
about a
everything you
police
say.
detective?
We don't know.
He's gonna take on your
Take it
life.
back.
He's going to take on
We
your
don't know
friends. He's
NK's
going to
mom.
do whatever. What?
We don't know her mom, and we really don't know her dad that well to know how she was raised. I mean, her mom
Right.
can be
Well,
one
they
of the best
divorced
manipulators
young.
in the world.
Right. I mean, yeah, but she has been, she has been around someone, or, I mean, like been raised with one, or she has put some serious educating herself on how to manipulate people because
And
she
desperation set in. She's a 30-year-old woman, unmarried, no kids. She wants those things. That's a hot age for a woman when she has no prospect in sight. I think he was an easy fish to hook. He was very agreeable, and she thought she could pull this man away. And she actually got him away. But
well, you know what
Hold
bugs
on.
me the most about all that? I mean, what bugs me that I never even got close to an answer. Why? And I mean, she Googled Shanann a year before that before I don't know, a year before she's supposed to started the affair with Chris, before she started at Anadarko. And I mean, you explained some of it to me, but I don't understand. I mean, did he just catch her eye, and did she go to work there because of him? Why did she Google Shanann a year before all this went down?
I think Shanann was so out there on social media and probably had thousands of friends, and they may have had a friend in common, and somehow one of her videos ended up on somebody's timeline. It's very easy to be 1 degree removed from a person when you live close to them. It's very easy.
I think she looked up Chris, and all Chris's accounts were attached to Shanann's because she tags him in every single video.
Yeah, okay.
And when she did, it popped up Shanann's name and profile, etc. And she just clicked on it and went through it. That's how, I mean, I've done it 100 times.
I'm aware of Chris. Let's put Chris's name in her head to start searching them. How'd she know about him?
But where did she meet? I mean, yeah, where did she know to? She didn't work at Anadarko at the time.
Are you sure she didn't?
Yeah,
no, she didn't start until March of 2018.
That's what I'm so confused about. What in the world? I mean, where did she come across him at? And what? I mean,
I don't know. Those are questions she'd have to answer because I really don't know.
I mean, that makes it look like that she could have been. I mean,
Cheryl and Cato has
there because of him.
Cheryl and Cato said Chris said, wait, listen, Cheryl and Cato said Chris told her that there was a town fireworks show on 4th of July, 2017 in Thornton or something. He was there with his wife and kids, and he happened to have met Nikki, and Shanann met Nikki on that day too. And that's how she was aware of that family.
So she was attracted to him right then. I mean, then and then kind of.
I don't get that because Chris is not like he's like The Rock or something. I mean, come on, he's not that. I mean, I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder, though. Like maybe she really was that attracted to him. I don't know why it's in her phone.
And he was real short and shouldn't. I mean, he was in shape then too. Because you know what's so laughable to me, y'all, is to hear his mother talk about how when he was growing, he liked sports, he liked working out, he was real fit. He was not. He didn't even get fit until he got with Shanann.
Right, because I never heard Shanann changed everything about him. And I don't care what anybody says. She changed. She molded Chris into what she wanted him to be.
Yeah, she did. And he, and he went right with it. And he
she even started calling him her name was Shannon and his name was Christopher.
I know.
She changed her name to Shanann and she started calling him Christopher.
Yeah, and it was and you know what? Silly. And Cindy takes that and twists it around like it's some evil thing. And it was just she was joking around with him.
Yeah, it's it's comedy to me. It is funny. Like, can we go back to this?
There was a lot of things that Shanann joked around with Cindy about.
No, but
can we go back to the Nutgate? Can we go back to that real fast? Because I was doing my daughter's essay paper because she had broke her arms or whatever, so her arm and tumbling. So I was doing her homework when you guys were discussing that.
I'm sorry.
And I wanted to. Yeah, she was in tumbling and she did a flip and she actually came home and was practicing in the living room and she flipped and her arm like just snapped in half, like it just
broken.
Yeah, and so we went straight to the hospital. Of course, God, we looked our town. Her dad
Oh.
rushed her dad jumped into action. Thank fucking God, because my stomach was in my butt. Like, oh my God, you know what I mean? And when it's your child, it's different because, you know, like I was telling him when I worked as an EMT and we did the stuff like resetting the arm and stuff, it wasn't like a huge deal. But with it, when it was my child, I couldn't even be in the room to listen
It's
to him
different,
talk,
isn't it?
you know, very different. So anyways, long story short, that happened a week ago, and she's up running around now finally. So I was helping her with her homework when you guys were talking about that, and the rest of my house is trying to sleep. I mean, I know you could probably hear my scanner going off, but I'll wait for a second till it's done. It's kind of loud. Okay, so back to the Nutgate. I just kind of feel like that. I feel like I don't think Cindy did that deliberately.
Why?
I just really don't. I mean, she took Shanann out and spent over $400 on groceries for her and the girls to come and stay there for 1 week. I'll be damned if I go spend $400 on groceries for no.
I don't know if I believe that. They were only coming on weekends, so I don't know if I believe she spent
Right,
$400.
and yeah, they were only coming on weekends, and I mean, and Jamie's
Well, Kathleen said supposedly that was the night she
Came
was
from
talking,
Cindy.
which came
Yeah.
from Cindy, and Critical K said it as well. They both said the same thing, that Cindy went out and spent almost $400, and I believe she has the receipts to prove that. However, I know that the other kids, which I have nephews, I have nieces, you know, I have my own daughters. You know what I mean? So there's things,
Yeah.
they don't have allergies. None of them have allergies. But if they did, I would not tell one of my other kids, you cannot eat your ice cream because such and such is here.
Yeah, but
No.
nut allergies are different. It could be airborne. And say one of the other kids is eating it and it got on their hand and they even touch CC's hand. That's how sensitive tree nut allergy is. It's not just a rash. It affects
as
her breathing.
mother, if she knows that the other child has this out, as her mother, she should have taken her girls outside or in the other room or whatever. She's a guest. She's visiting. It's not her home.
I
Period.
get that. But I guess CC.
but that's her grandparents. The grandparents.
Oh, and that's fine. But if she's only there on the weekends and the other child is there daily, there's no reason for. I just don't see there's a reason for it, and I would be extremely upset if it happened here. And I'll tell you what, both my parents are passed away, so my brothers have dated some doozies, let me tell you. And as their older sister / mother, I have had some extreme arguments with these girls. My brother has full custody of both of his sons.
Right. Okay.
Due to my help, because one of them is on heroin and the other one has mental issues that she's trying to get a hold on and she's trying to take care of. So I mean, it's been really, really rough. The one that has mental health issues, we were really close. We were really good friends. We were really good friends before her and my brother got together. And after she had the baby, something snapped. I mean, she's not even the same person anymore.
Wow. Well, look at Andrea Yates from having so many kids. She went into postpartum. Yeah. I mean, it happens. But my only problem with the ice cream, why lie about it now that it was vanilla? Why lie about it?
Oh, I didn't know she was lying. I didn't know she was ever lying about it. I didn't.
She lied so many times. I mean, about it.
Yeah, it was vanilla. It wasn't even nut now. So why lie about it?
Like mother, like son. I mean, fuck. How many times has Chris lied in a row? You know what I'm saying? I mean, fuck.
But she was always wanting to prove that Shanann was a schemer, a shady person, and that was one way that she thought she was going to do it, is if she showed him that that Cece wasn't really allergic to nuts, that would show that Shanann was shady.
Exaggerating.
Well, I think she kind of was. I think she like overly, I mean, I think that her lupus, I don't think that she faked it, but I think that was her vocal selling point for the MLM.
Right. Well, so, I think like even her
the girls being sick all the time.
I think that's what sold Shanann. I think that's what sold Shanann. It made her feel so much better from her lupus. I think that's what sold her on that. Mm-hmm. That's why she worked so hard, and that's why she believed in the product so much, is because it was helping her feel better.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if it was like
Colorado probably had a lot to do with that too. It was also the climate change. Yeah. So she
Yeah.
got a credit Colorado to a lot of her.
I just feel like
wellness.
people give Cindy a lot of slack because they hold her to a certain extent from what Christopher did. That's her son. So I feel like people are quick to judge her, but any person, especially a mother to a son, you know how close, you know how mothers with their sons are different than mothers with their daughters.
I have two
Yeah.
boys, so I get it. I got a 20-year-old, so I get
I
it.
have
Yeah.
two boys. I know.
So compared to my mom with me, compared to my mom with my brothers, was completely different. Now my
It is
husband's
different.
from a family of 4 boys. However, his parents are raising his niece. They treat her differently than they did the 4 boys.
Right.
Because you know what I mean. It just mothers of boys love their boys no matter what. I mean, if my brother did this, and heaven forbid, I don't think my brother would ever,
I
or
agree.
anyone, you know what I'm saying, but I would still love him. I hate to say that
I
to
always
upset
tell
anybody, but I
people-
would
But
still
there's
love
nothing
him.
wrong with that. I mean, there would be something wrong
No.
with you if you didn't. I mean,
But I
I
feel
see
like they
that.
hold Cindy to a standard. They judge her
Well,
how do
I
I say
think
it?
there's
I don't.
something
They
wrong with the
hold their,
people.
you
I
know, their
think there's
hate for
something
Chris.
wrong with the people who don't expect her to love him. Of course,
You
she's still
think
gonna
that
love him.
they're-
That's her child. You don't have to love what he did, but you still
You
love
think
him.
that-
I get that.
Well, and they critique her video, where in her video she's like, I don't even care. I don't care what you did. I just need answers. I mean, how
person
broken can you be
Okay, is
to
more
not be able
responsible
to
than
see?
Cindy.
Right.
And that's another thing. You know, it hurt my feelings when my brother had the new baby and we weren't allowed to see the baby. We didn't get the baby for Christmas. We didn't get to see the baby for his first steps. We didn't get to see the baby for his first birthday. We didn't get to see the baby for the first year at all until we got full custody of him in July, when she had a mental break. So
Right.
it put a total strain on my brother's relationship with her because of me and our family as well. And you know, like I told him, he's like, oh, here's a picture of such and such. And I'm like, oh, I love him. He's so cute. But I mean, I don't really have a bond with him because I don't really know him. You know what I mean? And I
Right.
mean, that kind of drove a wedge. So I can see where Cindy's coming from. She didn't know her girls. She wasn't allowed to really bond with her granddaughters like that.
Well, you have to take some of that
They couldn't
responsibility
go to
when
the
you don't go
wedding.
to the wedding.
They couldn't
Wait,
go,
when you
and
don't
I'll
go
tell
to
you
the
what,
wedding,
I'm a person.
you
I will hold a grudge.
line in the sand.
I will hold a grudge.
but
If
when
I
you
wasn't
don't go to
invited to my
the
son's
wedding-
wedding, if I wasn't invited to my daughter's wedding, I'll tell you what, there will be fucking hell to pay. You hear me?
Oh, I'm going.
But
I
she
will go if I
was
can.
invited.
I'm going.
Oh, bet your ass. There'd be no way you would
She
tell me no,
was
I'm not going to my
invited,
daughter's
though.
wedding.
You're talking about legitimate issues like heroin addiction and severe mental health. We're talking about Cindy nitpicking the fact that Shanann said he had too much gel in his hair or he dressed like a skater boy. I mean, who hasn't said to somebody, oh, this is the first time I've ever dated somebody like this? But she takes it so negative, and Shanann's just
Well, I
probably
just think that's
trying to
who
have
she is. I mean, she's just a dry can. She's just a dry, prude person. She's just a
Yeah, I
very
get that.
dry person. That's just who she is. I mean, I've met people like that. They don't smile. They don't really laugh. They don't really joke. They're just really dry. You know what I mean?
And Shanann has a big personality. Shanann has a huge personality, so I'm sure for
And I
her
think
it was a lot.
It was a
And
lot for Cindy because she was so quiet and so so drawn in that it was just a lot for her. Shanann was a
Well, I
lot.
just learned that about her. I never knew she was so timid and quiet until I heard Kathleen
Who's that?
speaking on Paul's channel. I had no idea she was so stand
And it's
downish.
like,
And
yeah,
she
yeah, we'll
was
shut you down. Right.
So I'm
So,
sure when
it's
Shanann
no
started
joke.
screaming and yelling and snapping the fuck out, I'm almost positive Cindy probably bowed down and was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Head to the floor, looking straight at the carpet. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Because
Yeah, but
that's
when
how
she
Cindy is.
opens her mouth, yeah, but when she opens her mouth like we're not going to the wedding, I mean, I don't understand Ronnie. I don't
No.
care if my wife doesn't want to go or not. That was his son. That was his
Yeah.
hero. I don't care
But
if my
look,
wife told me
Ronnie
not
has
to
to
go. I'm
keep the
going.
Ronnie has to keep the peace. He's got to live with her. He's got to live with his
Right.
wife.
I get that.
And
But
Cindy
he's
would
not
be,
for a father.
if she'd have went, oh, she was sitting there going, crying, I'm sure, and he was having to console her instead of going to the wedding. He
Well,
was
yeah.
having to pick up Cindy's pieces instead of worrying about Chris.
Right.
Well, Cheryl and I think that Cindy drew such a hard line and didn't go because she didn't think Chris would go through with it. She thought that he would not get married. Do you think
Yeah,
so?
that's what I mean, I think she thought that by her
He
doing
wouldn't go
that,
through with it.
that he
Right.
would left Shanann at the altar.
But he discarded his family. The final discard to his family was when he got married. And he did. He
Right.
really did separate himself from them. They weren't very close after he got married at all.
Mm-mm. But that and
So,
going up to the the engagement and all
wait,
that,
wait, I want to talk about
Cindy
Anna.
embarrassed him several times.
How?
They were meeting his fixing to be his in-laws. Just the way she acted, the way that the things that she did that was negative towards Shanann's family, and comments she made, and her standoffish, getting her family in a little huddle and whispering, and making sure that Sandy said that you could feel it, that they were not welcome in their family and they were not going to be accepted.
Okay, well,
And she just did not give them a chance.
let's pause for 1 second.
Okay.
My parents are passed away, but I do have an aunt and uncle that stepped up to be my girls' honorary grandparents, so that they had a set of grandparents in my family.
Okay.
And
Nice.
they, so they're not my mom and dad, but they're like my mom and dad. You know what I mean? They're my parents have been gone 12, almost 13 years. So, and then we have my husband's parents who have been really helpful. At first, we didn't really get along that well. We did have our ups and downs. Me and his mom did not get along very well. She would say things to me and then go back and say things to him. And finally, I started screenshotting our conversation and showing it to him so that he would see. And I just don't think that I was ever in her eyes going to be good enough for her son. But I mean, fast forward, we've been together going on 13 years now. So we get along very well at this point. That's 13 years down the road, though. You know what I mean? So I'm sure that if we were only together for 2 years and I didn't invite them to the wedding and I didn't let them see their granddaughters and I didn't go over there when we were split up and I didn't take my kids over there and I'm sure they probably would feel some type of way about me.
Well, I get that, but they didn't live close together.
But
They were just across the country.
We weren't at first either. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Seaman. I'm not ignoring you. I'm sorry. Yeah, but Cindy did not accept Shanann or her family from the day one since you first met her, first day she met her.
When she
We
went
don't
over
know
to
that.
Shannon's mansion.
I mean,
well,
I don't
that's
think
the
Cindy
story
ever
from
said
Sandy.
that. Has Cindy
Huh?
ever said that? Has
Yes.
Cindy ever
No,
said that?
Cindy,
Sandy
yes,
and Shanann do.
yes.
That the first
Cindy
day that they
said
went over. 1 second,
that
Cheryl. The first, Cheryl, 1 second. The day they first went for that cookout at Shanann's big house that she built in North Carolina, and Shanann was bending over backwards to put on a great cookout presentation, that when Sandy and Cindy were alone, Cindy leaned over to Sandy and said, I just don't get it. I don't think your son really, your daughter loves my son. And then she also made a comment to Sandy about, oh, so your daughter's been married before? And Sandy said, yeah, just like your daughter's been married before. So she was already saying
me
critical
too,
things.
Seaman.
And I think that Cindy was jealous that at such a young age, it appeared that Shanann had all these. She had the Escalade, the big black Escalade with the nice rims and tires and the big house. And I think it was a lot for Cindy, and I think she was jealous of it.
And
that's why
I think that she, yeah. I think
that's
that
what Sandy said.
And her being, them being, talk a lot and being more open and sharing more feelings
It
and
scared
being,
Cindy. Yeah. Just being so an open. Cindy wasn't used to people that were just so talkative and open and loud and boisterous.
and
she
Cindy
didn't like
wasn't
it.
interested in any of their private stuff, that they shared, that she thought everything was private.
Cindy's very quiet and she's very reserved. She doesn't care about any of that stuff. I mean, my husband's very quiet. He's very reserved. He doesn't care about any of that stuff.
So is my husband.
he would not care. He would not give two shits about any of that. You know what I mean? Like he would just look at her and be like, okay, probably like Cindy did. I mean,
Right.
Shanann had a
Like,
big
what the fuck?
personality. I have a big personality. Her
Right.
mom, Sandy, has a huge personality. They all do. I mean, and
Yep.
you can tell Sandy rules the roost, period.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
Shanann is a lot like her mother.
Right.
Right.
And she
But
would
Chris
try.
needed
I
a woman
mean,
like Shanann.
Cindy said that
Chris
she would
needed that.
that Shanann would tell her too much.
Cheryl. Every time I try to
What?
talk to you, let me say something and then you could jump in. I'm just like, I start and then you jump in. I'm just trying to make a point that now I forgot. Like we're talking together the whole time. You can't hear me?
I hear you.
Cheryl.
Huh,
All
go
right.
ahead.
What was we talking about? What was we just talking about?
Oh, Sandy and Shanann having a big personality. They both did. And Cindy
Yes,
don't.
and I'm sure,
She's like really
right. It was
reserved.
overwhelming. Exactly. It was just too much and overwhelming for Cindy. She didn't know how to take it, but I don't understand how she expected everybody to behave. It's a social gathering. I mean, we know that Chris, when he
I
gets
just
together
think that she was
socially with his,
uncomfortable in her surroundings. I think she was uncomfortable in her surroundings. She didn't want to go in the first place because when she, I don't know if it's just me, but when I
right.
meet somebody and I get a vibe, like I feel people out. And when I get that vibe that I don't really vibe with you, or I kind of stand off too, you know?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. I feel like maybe Cindy got the vibe she didn't like him, or maybe Sandy and them got the vibe that, okay, Cindy's really quiet and maybe we need to bring her out of her shell because they're really happy-go-lucky ladies. Maybe they just thought talking to her would help her, bring her out of her shell, and it pushed her inward
maybe.
more.
Yeah, you're right.
Because I'm a talkative person. I mean, I could talk to anybody about anything. Doesn't matter. I could talk to anybody about anything. It does not matter where we're at, what we could talk about anything in this entire world. You know what I mean? But there's other people who are like, don't talk to me. I have nothing to say. I am content just being quiet by myself right here.
And maybe Sandy and Shanann had a hard time reading the room. Maybe they weren't toning it down. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
And
goes
I
both
just think
ways.
that, Cindy was never, okay. So, Chris didn't have a lot of girlfriends and he didn't bring a lot
Right.
of women to the house. And, she didn't really have that experience with any other women with Chris or around Chris. And, I think it was like really, overwhelming for Cindy. And I think that she was like, I guess, not really prepared for Shanann's big attitude, like big personality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because Jamie's
It
really
doesn't mean
quiet. Jamie's really laid back. And that's Chris's sister. She's not a big, huge, you know what I'm saying? Like she's not a over exuberant person. She's a really kind of quiet, laid back. She laughs and giggles and whatnot, but she doesn't seem like she's
right.
really you know.
Well, I guess the both of the families just going to meet in the middle somewhere because just like Cindy and them say that Sandy and Shanann were too boisterous and too much and it was just too much, they couldn't understand Cindy's part of it either, that she's a more reserved, quiet person.
Well, yeah,
And I
and
guess
they're like, okay, this is how I
everybody
pictured it.
compromised.
Yeah, I pictured it as like Sandy and Shanann being the exuberant, loud, happy, you know what I mean? Like having a good time, talking about whatever with whoever, you know what I mean? Like they didn't have any issue. And Cindy and Jamie were really reserved and like, Shanann and her mom were probably looking at these guys like, what the hell's going on? And these guys are probably looking at them like, well, they're being a little too obnoxious and just telling everything because they just, well, Cindy was like, I can't believe they told us their personal information. Oh my God, she told us that her husband cheated on her. I can't believe she said that. I can't believe she told me that. Like she was just astounded at how personal Sandy was. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think that's also proven when Cindy said something to, I believe it was on the phone call that they were talking when Chris was still in Weld County about how the Ruzeks were talking about them and mentioning that Jamie was a wild child and that Ronnie had a coke problem and that it was out there and everybody was talking about it. But what they didn't realize is that didn't come from the Ruzeks. Chris told that to Tammy Lee on the night he confessed. That's how that information was out there. It didn't come from the Ruzeks. Do you remember him saying that to Tammy? Do you remember, Cheryl, when he said that to Tammy Lee that night?
What?
Do you remember the night that Chris confessed how he told Tammy Lee that his dad had a coke problem, right?
Yeah.
His sister, when he turned 18, he left and never came back, and that his sister moved in and out. He didn't even say that she was wild or anything, but that's how Cindy interpreted it. And those comments didn't come from the Ruzeks. Chris made those comments about his family, but she blamed Shanann's family for those comments.
Right. Yeah, she does.
Uh-huh.
And Shanann, never brought up like Cindy's and Ronnie's private stuff like that. Like, she never said anything negative about Cindy and Ronnie. She, like that time that Cindy was come flying in to watch the kids.
Yeah.
On her live, maybe she was pretending, but she still, acted like she was excited because her mother-in-law was coming.
Yeah, she did, but she did say some negative stuff about Cindy after Netgate. But she did say Ronnie was a wonderful man and always treated her so well. So she always praised her.
I just think that she wanted Cindy and Ronnie to love her, and they didn't. And
I don't think
it makes it hard,
I don't think she gave two shits.
It really does make it hard. And then after you give up on it, then you get angry about every little thing that they do.
She knew she was in control and she didn't give a shit. That's my intake on it. And I don't care who says what. She knows that she was in control. Shanann was in control.
Yeah.
Period.
I think she might have tried for Chris. She might have tried for Chris because Chris's mood was a little better. He was more outgoing. When he shut down after the wedding, when his parents
I don't think she even cared, because when she told Chris that his parents was not going to see, when she told him his parents weren't going to see the girls, he didn't even want to go. Even the night that she was gone and he gave the girls a bath after the birthday party, he talked to his dad that night, or he messaged his dad, one or the other, but he wouldn't even let them talk to the girls in fear of what Shanann would do if he found out.
But he was going to kill her that night. Why wouldn't he let his father talk to the girls? He was planning on killing
because he knew he was going to kill the girls. Now that's what I don't understand, why he wouldn't let his parents talk to him if he knew he was going to kill them. Other than he would have changed his mind talking to his parents.
But in North Carolina, Shanann said to her husband, Chris, you can go with the girls to your parents. At first, she considered going with them, but thought it might cause too much stress. It would be awkward. So she did give him permission to take the girls. But
she just didn't want.
I don't know. We don't know. Well, and did you guys read? Okay, so there was a thing where I read that they were having a birthday party for Jamie's son. And apparently Chris drove like 4 or 5 hours to get there, and he forgot the helmets. They were dressing up as like Power Rangers or something for the birthday party. Right. And Shanann made him turn around and drive 6 hours back to go get the damn helmets.
Well, I don't know if it was 6 hours. I think he lived 2 hours from his hometown. I think that's, and that's coming from Cindy. He could have just left the house and been a half hour away. He didn't get to the party, so we really don't know the truth. But I mean, how dumb are you, Chris? You're renting these fucking costumes, you fucking buffoon, to do this special thing. The one thing you were responsible for was to bring them. So I'd send your fucking ass back too, because I've spent money. We put
see, now you know what I'm talking about. I would have done it too. But see what I'm saying? She was a bitch just like the rest of us. I mean, she would have got pissed just like the rest of us. I would have been a bitch about it. I would have been pissed.
Yeah, Cheryl would have sent her husband back. Think of all the time and money and thought and the dreaming of, he's going to be so excited, and Chris forgot the fucking helmet, you buffoon.
She was doing something like for Chris's family. I mean, and she wanted it to be perfect for him because, the way they looked at her, I think, anyway.
I thought it was a nice
I
gesture, but
I
maybe she shouldn't
understand.
have let Cindy know. I mean, this is where you have to learn to maneuver and play your role, right? So, was it necessary for her to, while she's there, let Cindy know that she had to make Chris turn around? Do you know what I mean? That's something I probably wouldn't have told his mother, knowing that our relationship is already strained, anyways. I would have stepped away quietly and asked him to turn around and go get it. Do you know what I mean? But she probably was
Yeah,
loud and voiceless in the situation
Just
because
like
that's
she
the type
was with
of yeah, right.
well, and I mean, she was really, I guess she was really demeaning. I mean, just like she was with the Santa Claus thing. She's like, "Where'd you
Oh, I
put your
hated
cell
that
phone at?
video.
Where's your cell phone at, Santa?" You know, just like
And then
demeaning or
privately
whatever.
out of your shot. My husband can't do anything right. And just
I'm like
demeaning
that.
him. I hate that video. I hate that video.
Well, I mean, I'm like that too, I guess. Because I don't know, I am real abrasive when
I
I
am
talk
too
to my
sometimes.
husband sometimes, and
But your husband doesn't have a personality like Chris, does he? Chris is
yeah, he
timid and
does.
quiet. He is?
He
Well, you
does.
better hope nothing tragic happens and we dissect your marriage.
No, I meant like, well, I mean,
People would probably hate me.
yeah,
Matter
huh?
of
Me
fact,
too. I'd
people
be
would fucking hate me.
played.
They would hate me for everything I've said and done in the last 13 years. And they would hate
Yeah, like
Christopher for
that.
everything he's said and done in the last fucking 13 years
Right.
if they had to dissect our lives.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I'd be bummed.
You're right.
We
So
would be the worst parents in the entire fucking world. We would be the
right.
entire piece of shit of the entire world or whatever. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just they would nitpick the
Right.
fuck out of us and I would hate it.
They'd
I
be
would hate
playing
it.
this live over and over and dissecting every sentence we said to each other. Think about that. That's what they're going through. Shanann's family. I mean, those videos have all been looked at and every sentence and every, like, even the whipped cream video, that pisses me off too, because Bella
All
was
of them.
crying and under the table.
What do you
And
mean? What whipped
you hear
cream?
Shanann,
Oh, the when they was playing that game with, I mean, that
well,
little
yeah, when
game
they
thing with.
hit them, yeah.
Well, and I
Bella
mean,
didn't
those
want to do it.
kids those age are whiny. I mean, they're fucking whiny. They're kids. They're toddlers. I mean, they're
Right.
whiny. They don't like to be getting hit in the face. They don't like to be having whipped cream in the
Yeah, but
face once or
Cece
twice.
loved
Okay,
it.
cool, but
Cece loved it. But to make
Right.
Chris kneel there and do it to a grown man, it's emasculating. And she started to realize that at the end of her life that I have hurt this man's manhood. By the way, I speak to him the things I expect him to do, and it is. And even Jeremy said he
Right.
came to pick Chris to the airport, and Shanann wouldn't let him leave the house until the basement was clean.
it took
Who
me a
says
long
that to the
time.
house?
It took me a very long time to realize that, and I'm still shitty towards my, you know what I mean, my husband or whatever. He's not my husband, but we've been together, like I said, 13 years. We have been through a
Right,
lot, and I still get shitty with him. There's things that I've forgiven, but I've never forgot ever, and I will never, and I
right.
still hold it against him. I probably will for my entire life.
Well,
But
sometimes that happens.
I will say, after this case happened, we around the same exact time we had something similar happen with him and someone else or whatever when we were splitting up on the verge of splitting up. We had about 3 or 4 weeks we hadn't talked. We had, you know what I mean, like he was on the couch every
Uh-huh.
day. We didn't speak to each other at all, and he found himself with somebody else. No, it wasn't right. No, it wasn't. But I mean, you know what I'm saying, I had done the same previously because we
Right.
were just on the outs. I mean, when you're with somebody that long, it's hard to come together instead of just go your own way. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's easier just to leave and go your own way, but sometimes it's even harder. It's
And
hard to leave, but
sometimes
it's even harder to stay together. You know what I mean? We've had to do a lot of work, and we've had to put in a lot of work to get where we're at today.
And sometimes you
Right.
have to go through those moments and those situations to realize, no, what I have is what I want. I love this
Well,
man,
and
and let's
before I
work.
treated him like shit, like straight shit. So I
And
do
imagine if
believe
it was
Shanann
all
didn't
on
treat him like that.
YouTube. And imagine if it was all on YouTube for all of us to dissect. That's a
Yeah,
lot,
Right.
it would be horrific.
right?
And I mean, and imagine, this is what gets me is uh what I see with some of these channels and I mean, um you don't see your husband harming you, but if you were in Shanann's shoes, I mean, and you um how hurtful would it be for people to dissect who you were and your personality and what you did and what kind of mother you was and wife, but
Well, once I'm dead and gone, I don't care. But for my family will have to
well, I mean,
suffer.
I'm just saying, like, they're not dissecting Chris. They should be taking him apart at the seams, but instead, it's easier to take her apart.
Well, I think
Well,
different
Chris hasn't
people
given us
focus on, some people focus on NK, some people focus on Chris, some people focus on Shanann and the girls, some people focus on only the girls. You know what I mean?
I
There's
don't.
different channels that have different narratives.
You're
And
right.
for
You're
those
right.
different channels, they follow, you know what I'm saying? Like Kelly the Advocate, she hates Chris. She idolizes Shanann. She talks about Shanann in a great way. You know what I mean? She just is full force, all about Shanann. She doesn't say a bad word about her, period. But
Well,
there's
I
other
saw her
channels like Kim,
where
like
she
the Revolutions
that's
for Kim.
right.
She's all about Chris. She doesn't say a bad
Right.
word
She
about
was
him.
on
She's like all about defending
Kelly was
him.
on
You know what I mean?
And they don't
Kelly was on
see.
Dana's channel. Wait a second, Cheryl, because I have to say this. Kelly was on Dana's channel and criticizing Shanann's finances and the daycare and all that. So she was doing all those
Well, I
things.
guess
Just
finances, that's different, I guess, than
right, right.
you know, speaking on her personality, speaking on her person, speaking on her character, speaking on her motherhood. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think she was a great.
financials are a little different.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
she's a
think she was a
shitty
great.
financial. I mean, I'm shitty with money. I spend money on stuff I mean, I'm shitty with money too because I'm my house is paid off. Our vehicles are paid off. We
Right.
just got a new one. But I'm saying I will carelessly sometimes, you know, go shopping and just, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I get careless
I got it.
sometimes. I'm a female. I'm a woman. Women do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I got it. Well, I think she was an amazing mother and a loyal, faithful wife. So when I hear people saying that this was not Chris's child, I think that's disgusting because not even Chris thinks that. I mean, she
Right.
never cheated on him. She loved him.
Well,
She really
they
did
put it
love
out
him.
there basically that she did. They were saying something about that baby supposedly is not his. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I did, and I don't believe it.
Didn't
She
that blow
really
you
loved
guys away?
Chris. She really did love him.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she
And
did.
Yeah,
I mean, there is nobody going to love him like Shanann and those 2 children did, or 3 children.
I
Those
think she
little
thought
girls,
NK did.
he
And
is
that's where
never
he
going
got
to
it
feel
wrong.
love like that, ever. Not from his
but
parents,
let's think
not from
about
no
it.
one.
He had to Google when to say "I love you" or "How does it feel to be loved?" Okay, so that's weird. Okay, Chris doesn't feel love like you and I do. He just
Mm-mm.
doesn't. The wife and the kids fulfilled a role for him. The role of the vision he had for his life, what he thought everybody expected from him to be considered a good man, and that was to have a wife and be a good father and a
And he
provider.
knew that,
And
and he thought,
he was
Shanann
going
was a
through the
wonderful
motions.
catch.
She was, and she was motivated, and she was going to take care of the kids.
And nobody
So I
chased
mean,
him until Nicole. Nobody. He was
she
a
put
dork.
him.
He was strange. I
I mean,
mean,
I don't think she loved him. I think that I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she was infatuated. He doesn't know what love is, though. He really doesn't. And for him to
mm-mm.
even say when the guy asked him, "Did you love her?" and he said, "Well, I felt like it was true." That's
I think
weird.
that it was. I think it was a game to NK to see what she could,
Yeah.
if she could, her confidence thing. I think that she was just trying to see what she could get him to do, leave his wife for her. She wanted
Well,
to
like
be
you
that
said, it was immature.
important.
It was immature. He was fucking. She was fucking with a wife, 2 kids, and she was being immature. And when she said to the detectives, "I didn't even know if this was the man I wanted to marry or be with forever," but you would ruin everything for
Right.
their whole family, break the hearts of children. I mean, what? So you could test the waters to get your
I
toe
think
wet? I
that
mean, what the
she.
fuck?
Well, I think that she saw how Chris treated Shanann, and I think that she got that dreamy fairy tale. She saw that she thought that Shanann and Chris, they had this fairy tale life, and Shanann was living what kind of life she wanted. And I think she got that in her head. And I think that she was dreamy eyed. I think she was just looking to have that perfect, husband. And she saw
I think
how
she
Chris
wrote,
was, and I think she thought that that would be her perfect
yeah.
husband.
Well, you did make a point with the email when she said, "I want a beautiful life like you have with your so hard to find." And maybe she thought that if she took him, he would have that life with her. I mean, that's
Right.
possible.
And that would be, and that would make her feel so much better about herself, and thinking that she's validated, I guess. Fine. I don't know, but she really didn't have that many friends. I mean, she had Charlotte, and she had the family friend, which is what's his face,
Jim.
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 But she didn't have a whole bunch of girlfriends that she hung out with and
Well,
had lives with and stuff like that.
I
That's
want
kind
to
of
I want to mention her friend Danielle because nobody really talks about her. But if you remember when she went away on her birthday trip, her and Chris were texting each other. And apparently, NK had talked to Danielle that I met this man, but he's married and he's got a family. And Danielle advised her, don't do it. And Danielle had told her about how her father did that when she was younger and how much destruction and pain it caused, right? So she tells Chris, well, I told Danielle and she told me not to do it because her father did a similar thing, but I don't care. I've made up my mind. I'm still going to see you. So right there, she knew she was destroying a family. And her own
right.
friend told her, don't do it. And she wrote verbatim, I don't care. I'm still going to see you.
And I
That's
think that
heartless.
when he was like when Shanann and the girls were home and he was having to spend time with his kids and she was getting upset with that,
Yeah.
I think that she would throw something out there to see if she could pull him in her direction away from his own kids, and
Oh,
she could.
absolutely.
I think that she
Yep.
saw that she could, and I just think that that gave her an ego boost. It made it, and I think that she just kept throwing little things out there to see what kind of damage she could cause.
But the
To
pressure
see if
she was
she could
putting on
lure
him,
him.
yeah, the pressure she was putting on him, even that Saturday night to look at apartments, they were supposed to go look at one Wednesday. She expected him to leave immediately.
Yeah.
And she was
And
probably telling him, you're leaving or I'm out. And
that's what that
the pressure
conversation
was on
was
him.
that they was on the phone so long about. Is I think she was constantly on him that whole time to make sure that he was leaving Janan, to make because he was scared to death. She was scared to death to get off the phone and Shanann come home. She was afraid for him to be with Shanann alone.
Well, hey, Queen, the morning of the 13th, Cheryl and I already discussed this. I think that she didn't trust that Chris was going right out to the site, and that's why she asked for proof that he was there. I think that NK thought that Chris was staying home with his family that morning because Shanann was home. And I think her phone pinged in Frederick after he was already gone. I think that the night before she Googled his address. I think that she may have driven by his house to see if his truck was home or not. And that's why she
Why would she Google
pinged
his
in there.
address? Wait a minute. Why would she Google? She was already there. She was already there in July, remember? Why would she have to Google it?
Yeah. Maybe she didn't remember the directions. I don't know, but she Googled his address and Ronnie Watts on the night of the 12th. Those are the two things she Googled.
Yeah.
Well, he could have said, my dad's calling in or whatever. Remember, I told you he didn't want to let the kids or whatever talk to Ronnie in case Shanann found out. He didn't want her to be upset.
And
He
then
could have been
So
on the
why
phone
would
with her and said, my dad beeped in, and she's like, who's your dad? My dad's Ronnie. Oh. And then she could have looked him up while she was on the phone with him,
She's a nosy bitch. She's like, she's got a PhD in Googling.
She's
like,
a
even with
nosy
the condom.
She is nosy as shit, girl.
Yeah. Even with the condom expiration date, she was trying to figure out when he bought them and how recently he could have used them. Like, she was really trying to figure out the science of that.
Yeah, she was.
It's so weird.
And I believe that she was eager and willing. She wanted to get to know his parents and his parents to like her, and them hate Shanann. She wanted. I think she really did, want him to
Well,
bring
depending
it
on what he told her, I'm sure she already knew they hated Shanann.
right. But
I'm sure
yeah.
I think
he confided a lot in her. I mean,
I
I'm
think
just
that she
saying.
was really excited. I mean, I think she wanted to meet his parents and wanted to. I think she's talked to him myself.
I think so too. I think so too.
I
Hey,
do.
you know what I wanted to mention? We're getting long here, but I did want to mention this theory. Kathleen, the book, okay? Everything that chapter is, or that first chapter was supposed to be in a book, if you really pay attention to the writing, it's obviously written through Cindy's eyes, but it answers all of
Did
the
we lose
public
Amy?
allegations that Sandy made in the letter to the DA, and then anything that was in the text. I don't think that was ever really actually going to be a book. I think the two of them conspired to try to make it look like it was going to be a book and purposely leaked it so that Cindy could have her version of everything that Sandy wrote or that was in the discovery answered without looking petty and having to come out publicly and write in a letter against it and giving her version of it. I don't think that was ever actually going to be a book.
Oh, oh yeah, Cindy's thing.
Yes, from
The
the one
6
Kathleen wrote.
chapters. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
The six
Yeah, and
chapters
it's
that were
basically
read?
just yeah, it's just basically slandering Shanann and giving her side of everything that Sandy wrote to the DA. That's really all that was.
I don't think who wrote that book?
It was supposed to
Who,
be
who
Kathleen helping Cindy write it. It was like a
Yeah.
ghost writer type thing with co-authors.
Well,
It either they either
How do you
leaked it themselves or had someone else
Yeah,
leak
they
it,
did.
and just to see what the backlash would be on it and what the reaction would be to it. And when it failed and people were pissed, I think they changed their direction.
yeah,
Well,
I
the
do too.
excuse they gave was that Kathleen or Cindy had sent it to Jamie, and Jamie shared it with one of her friends.
Yeah, a cement says that.
Sounds sketchy to me.
Yeah,
Cement says that he didn't know what channel it was, but there was an indication that she met Chris Watts at a gym.
I saw
I don't
that
think he
comment.
did. Did he go to a gym? Did he
He
go
didn't
to a
go to the
gym?
gym. He worked on his house.
Yeah, and they say that they started the affair way before the 6 weeks. I
There's
don't
no
know though.
evidence.
Huh?
There's no evidence that they were
Right.
hanging out before.
I mean, I guess they
think
could
that.
have, but I
But
think
I
they
think-
had.
They
I think they were emailing each other for a really long time back and forth because Chris is really shy and NK is kind of shy herself. I mean, yeah, she did, you know, she did get along better. You know, she did, we did get a little bit of her personality when she was talking to Chris, but I think that was only after she's known him and had sex with him and had like open intimacy with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at first, I think they emailed each other, and that's why all those emails got deleted because I think that was well longer than 6 months worth of emails that were deleted.
Well, see, what about the one that said that she was? I mean, the ones that taking it back to the June something, and it said it. Those emails look like it just started though.
I mean, they were working together since March, and they could have been having hallway conversations and not emailing yet. But he was definitely distracted by the time he went to San Francisco. He was giving Shanann the look of death from behind. And
right. But
he
you know
had
how
already
easy it is to make an alternate email? I mean, do you know how
It
easy it
is.
is to
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I'm just saying, yeah, they could have talked through work and they could have made it look like that through work, but they could have had an alternate email that they talked
Yeah.
through and everything was deleted. You know what I mean?
Well, a lot
She
of people
wiped her
think those
phone
first
clean.
emails,
She
a lot of
tried to
people-
wipe her phone clean.
Yeah.
She did. But she got a lot cleaned off of there. I don't think they got everything. But those
I just
first
can't believe
emails, a
that
lot of
police
people
department
think
is
those-
as much as our
Shut up.
technology.
Oh my gosh. I was in the middle of a sentence. You don't hear me
I'm
talking
sorry.
sometimes?
I'm sorry.
I think those
Okay.
first emails, a lot of people think that those were completely made up and planned. They were not real. And that could be possible. They could have planned to write that email to make it appear like they, but why? He wasn't planning on murdering them yet. That really doesn't. I just think it started in June. I don't know why. There's no proof that it started earlier. They may have been talking in the hallways, and he was already clearly distracted and attracted, and that he becoming more colder towards his family. But when Shanann was gone, it was like the perfect storm for this relationship to happen and for her to get his 100 devotion and attention away from his family. I mean, he basically forgot about them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. See, man,
Okay, so hold on. Do you guys? I have to reiterate this real quick. 'Cause we're going on like 3.5 hours. So I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet or not, or if maybe I've missed it. But what do you guys think about him taking Bella up the steps, making her go up the steps while he carried Cece's dead body?
I think it definitely happened. And even Cement said that it makes sense because for him to leave Bella unsupervised in the back of the truck would have been too much of a risk. I don't think he would have left her down there. I think she might have got scared and ran, and he wasn't going to take that. I think he did walk her up there while he was carrying Bella. I mean, Cece, who was already dead or severely brain damaged. That's how I think it happened. It makes sense now. What do you think?
I think he tried to kill them in the house before Shanann got home, and I think he was successful with Cece.
Yeah.
I think he was successful with Cece, but I think that he Bella passed out. You know what I mean? Like I think that he thought he was successful with Bella, but when he was killing Shanann, she walked in the room, and I think that double time scared the fuck out of him. So I think he carried Shanann out, and then I think he went back in and got Cece, and Bella followed him out, asking him questions, following him around, asking him questions, probably irritating the fuck out of him in the middle of this. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of him freaking out.
Yeah.
So he probably snatched her ass up, tossed her in the truck, drove out there, and got Cece out, and then got Bella out and walked her up the steps. And she's saying, "Daddy, no, Daddy, no, Daddy, no." And that's probably what she was doing. And he probably dropped Cece in and then snuffled her and dropped her in. I'm not sure that she was gone all the way before she went in.
Me neither. I'm not sure either. I pray she wasn't. But I'm not sure she wasn't completely dead or he just passed out again. And
well, because they said she had a smudge in her lungs. I mean, I did read that in the autopsy. So
I did read that she had some in her stomach. So that means she swallowed some.
Right. And that's what makes me believe that maybe he thought she was dead again and she gasped for air and then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when she gasped for air, she swallowed in that oil, and that was it. I mean, because once you swallow that, it's over with.
Yeah, Cheryl and I came to that same exact conclusion. Right, Cheryl?
Yeah. What?
Me and you think the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Which she just said. I agree with that 100%.
Yes.
100% that's what happened.
Yes.
Oh, but wait. When do you think he took Shanann out of the truck?
After the girls were gone.
After the girls.
He said that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he took care of the girls first, and then he was so pissed the fuck off that he had done that he took it out on Shanann by dumping her out in there upside down like he did with her ass in the air. I swear to God, because he says it in there. I was so fucking mad at her. I spit on her, and I didn't even want to cover her up. I didn't even care.
Well, that makes sense, because if he had taken her out first and left the girls in the car, or just Bella's just alive, that's another risk. So he could have got away if somebody came and he just got rid of the girls. And even if somebody drove up, they're not going to get in his truck with him. He could avoid that and take care of it later if he had to.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think he knew he was getting called out to work that day, and he knew he was going to go because he had a change of clothes in his truck, and he said he changed his clothes.
Well, he says he always keeps a change in case of a spill, and I do believe that. But he might have brought another Uber.
Yep. But I believe he changed his clothes.
What about Anna? How do you feel about Anna? I feel really bad for her, and I think that he gave her the final discard as well by just cutting her off cold because Kim told Cindy and Ronnie to get rid of her. And I think she's heartbroken now.
Anna who? Is that the one that was her husband and her 18-month-old baby? And
well, she had been talking to him for over a year. She was actually on one of the documentaries on LHN talking about her communications with Chris. Yeah. So he don't talk to her at all anymore.
But
Well,
she
I
was
know that
married
they often change her name. So I mean I just want to touch base and make sure this is the same one that left her husband and the 18-month-old baby, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same woman. I didn't, because you know
She's
how
the
they
one
say
that
like
was-
when they just did another documentary on it and said her name was Katie or Kate,
Yeah.
right, right.
something like
I
But
that.
don't
they
You know
feel
what I
are,
sorry
mean?
for her.
So
she's the
so
one
I
they
just want to
just
make sure we're
recorded. Yeah, but she's the one that did that recorded phone call with Chris talking about the 35C with the private investigator, and somebody recorded it and leaked it. And that's what got her cut off.
now
Kim
wasn't
said,
that
oh
Jay
no,
for Justice? Or wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a
I
minute,
heard
wait a minute,
Jay
wait a
did
minute.
that. Yes, I heard Jay secretly recorded it and released it.
And no,
And I
she
heard
sold
Jay,
it to AD. No, she sold it to AD, and after AD paid for it, then she gave it to another channel for free.
Yeah.
oh, okay, that's possible. But I heard
And
Kim and Jay
look, she only got cut
are
off
very
because Chris got thrown in the hole for that.
right
He got thrown in
Yeah,
the hole for what?
for
for
that
that
leaked
call
phone
getting
call.
released.
You're not allowed to do
Yeah,
that. That's
for
a
that.
security risk. That's a
Yep.
big no-no. You're supposed to go through public relations,
You're
and
not
that's what
supposed
got
to
her
do
cut
a three-way call. You're never supposed to do a three-way call for any
No,
prison
you
anywhere.
did,
It doesn't
and
matter.
and you
Yeah,
when me and my son's girlfriend would try it, they would cut us off immediately.
not allowed. It's a security risk. Think you could have a murderer getting in touch with victims' families that
Right.
way. It's not allowed. So yeah, that got him thrown in the hole, and that got Anna cut off. But does Kim and Jay for Justice know each other? What's her name? Jennifer. I heard they're they're very besties. Does anybody know?
Hmm?
Is who's besties?
Jay for Justice, which her name is Jennifer. Is she
Yeah, they
besties
are.
with Kim?
Yeah,
With
her and
Kim.
Kim. Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I heard they actually live together. Could that be true?
No, I don't think they live together. No.
Okay, so they are very close then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny that the Watts are just listening to whatever Kim tells them to do.
Well,
And
and
Chris
Kim
is too.
used to be, didn't she used to be a prison guard?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, I mean, she's
But
always
if
talking about how she has her credentials, uh, and she
but
said
she
that
won't show any. People
she
have asked
had the credentials to, if you don't understand and been around the autopsy report, then
her, please. She doesn't either.
you have to have the experience and the credentials to be able to break it down to where people understand what it's saying. And she can do that. So she said that she was qualified to, you know, break it down for people so that they would understand what was being said.
She's
in
never
the
seen the
autopsy.
full autopsy, though. She's never seen it. None of us have. She's not going to trick me into thinking she has seen it because she hasn't. She doesn't. She's not a forensic specialist, an evidence specialist. She's not. She's some
Well,
fangirl who got in touch and bothered the Watts until they would communicate with her, and she convinced them that she was on their side and was going to fight for Chris. And the reason why the Watts keep turning away professionals like lawyers, private investigators, because these types of people won't go on YouTube and do their dirty work and make up these outlandish lies like Kim will. That's why they
and
won't really hook up with a professional.
and yeah, because they're not going to be able, because she can twist things, that she can take documents that are in front of you and twist them around to make them look like something else.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
she's convincing.
and she's good at it.
For the people, yes, the people who are just coming from Netflix and don't know everything like we do, they listen to her for their first experience. She is going to convince them because she's very convincing. She sounds so passionate, and she sounds like she's speaking fact.
And a
And
lot of
people
them,
are buying it.
are falling for it. I mean, a lot of them are really going for that. I mean, that's just all
They
the way.
are.
And you know what's so odd about? I think that is what's so odd about the whole thing is how that it's one big family unit that are all lying to themselves and each other, and they are supposed to be close, but I don't think any of them know each other. And they have their own agendas that is selfish, and they're not taking each other into consideration. They're taking themselves into consideration. And this case is so bizarre because Chris has never told the truth. He's never, because usually when, family annihilators confess, they break it down and they tell you what they did.
Well,
And
Chris Coleman, he still says he didn't do it. He
and they
killed
don't,
his wife. He didn't confess. He still says it wasn't him.
and they don't
He's
add to it, to make it more dramatic or take away to make themselves look better. They
Well, I
just
don't
tell
believe
what
that.
happened.
I don't know where you
And
got that family annihilators tell the truth. I've never heard that.
no,
Even
when they confess, they usually tell the truth about killing their how they killed their family and stuff, and they don't have an agenda behind lying once that they usually break down and say, yes, I did it and this is what happened.
yeah, I'm not sure about that. Chris, I don't know. What do you guys think the Watts' agenda? What's their end game? What are they looking to gain out of this, and why is this happening? What do you guys think? The Kim Watts situation.
They want to get a reduced sentence for Chris.
Yeah, they want to prove him innocent. They want to prove Cindy wants to prove herself right, that Shanann was the evil one and Chris was the victim. And
Yes,
That's just
the only
Cindy,
reason
yeah,
their family is in this mess is because Chris met Shanann.
right. And this isn't something that Chris did. This happened to Chris. They
Right.
think that he's the victim. This is a situation that happened to him. He's not the monster here in their eyes. Poor
It happened
Chris.
right. And
because he met
basically,
Shanann.
okay,
Yeah, that's
girls,
what they're saying.
this is what I think. I think that
Yeah.
they are trying to prove that Shanann was this evil person underneath. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like she put
Yes.
on a
Yeah.
online facade. And I believe that they're trying to paint her as a really horrible person who lost her temper when Chris told her he was leaving her. Supposedly she went in, and this is only what they're saying. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying, in
Right.
my opinion, this is how they feel, that if he can get the courts to believe or even entertain the fact that Shanann did this to the girls and he did this to Shanann in retaliation for what she did for the girls, in defense of his daughters,
Right.
defending their lives.
Mhm.
Excuse my language, defending their fucking lives. That was bullshit because we know he killed them. But anyways,
Right.
so I think that's the way he's going with that route. And the only thing that I think he wants to take the charges for is basically, for
The
the
way he
baby
handled the
and and disturbing the deceased or whatever, you know what I'm saying, messing
well,
with their bodies after the fact.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
well,
Which
even
is
if he
only like
wants
a
to go
20-year sentence,
scenario,
and maybe even a
well,
10-year sentence. I mean, it's
no,
it's
he
nothing
got
compared to a
84
life
years
sentence.
for the way he got 84 years for the disposal part of it. That's what he got for the disposal of the bodies, what he did to them. But Shanann, even if it was something like that, let's just say, doesn't give him the right to murder a pregnant woman, and it'd still be second-degree murder. They don't have crime of passion in Colorado. The only appropriate charge would be second-degree murder. I investigated and researched it all. I looked up the crime of passion laws in Colorado. They just don't exist. The only thing he could hope for in a crime of passion situation is second-degree murder charges. But you could get as little, probation or up to 30 years on second degree. But it's
And
the
that's going to be up to
disposal.
the DA and the police department also. If he had called the police, 911, and then pretended to work on his children and be exhausted from trying to bring them back when they got there, then
It'd be a different
the police
story
department
today.
and the district attorney probably would have had mercy on him and probably not even filed charges. I
No, they would have
guarantee.
given him charges for the murder of the baby and
I don't
Shanann,
know.
but
It's
he
according to it's to their discretion though. And
you're not allowed to murder somebody for no reason. It's just not legal.
no,
It's not legal.
I meant that he was defending his children because she was murdering his children.
Oh,
And
well,
I think that what's
still not
laughable
legal.
is he probably would have gotten away with it or done a lot less sentence if he would have left the bodies there and did that scenario.
But
And
that wasn't, like we said earlier, Cheryl.
it didn't cross his
never
mind.
put it in his mind. It wasn't even a thought of his to try and blame Shanann. His only plan was to get rid of them all and play the innocent, oh my God, victim. Poor Chris, his whole family just went missing. Everybody, let's just move on with our lives. That's what he thought. But for him to come up with that plan, it wasn't even in his radar. It just wasn't.
Okay.
It would have been the plan to go with. I agree with you, Cheryl. That would have been it. He probably would have got maybe no time.
Right.
But
Maybe. I mean,
think of it.
it's according to how distraught he was when they got, when the police arrived, when it all came down. But
Right.
he didn't have that idea until the cops put it in his head, and then he ran with it.
Right. And there was things he could have
Crystal
done.
says if she was going to kill anyone, it would have been Chris Watts. Yeah, I think you're
Yeah.
right. When a woman is scorned and she's having a baby because they planned the baby, and now he don't want it after she's gotten pregnant, and then he's saying those awful things like mentioning an abortion or whatever, I don't know, but it's like kicking someone when they're down.
Right.
And
well, Cement just said if Shanann hurt the girls, her DNA. Cheryl and I had already talked about that. All he would have had to do after he murdered her was drag her over to the girls and rub her hands all over their neck and face, and her touch DNA would have been all over them. But he wasn't thinking in that atmosphere, in that arena. It wasn't even an inclination for him. That's his word. But if he had thought this out and had any common sense, like we've all talked about, he maybe have a good memory, but he doesn't apply common sense. His whole plan was they disappeared and poor Chris is a victim, and he still looked at as the good guy. He didn't muddy his name up at all. Right. So that's why this idea, like what we're talking about, the only thing that might have worked, long shot, was him leaving them in the house and calling 911. But he didn't think to do it. But the DNA thing's an easy thing to overcome. You just have to drag her over and rub her hands all over them, then drag her back. She wasn't bleeding.
I mean,
it would have been.
There's just so much he could have done to get by with that. So much. But
he had to. Well, he couldn't try that plan because in his mind, like I said, he had to be the ultimate victim, still be looked at as the good guy. Nothing traumatic happened in his house. Because even if he tried that plan and maybe the law couldn't charge him because they didn't have the evidence, public opinion would have been terrible on him.
Oh, yeah.
80% of people wouldn't have believed it, in my opinion.
I tell you what, one smart thing that he did do, that he didn't do anything to make them bleed all over the house, and you know what I mean?
Right. He didn't leave evidence. He didn't leave a mess.
Blood evidence.
Right. But we've been on here over 3 hours. Oh, I had such a good chat tonight, Cheryl. This went really well, and I actually have more things we can keep going and talking about.
And Queen Bee. I mean, that
she's great.
Y'all and Crystal. You're right there. She's gonna kill anybody. It would have been Chris Watts. I wish she had killed him.
Yeah. Oh, so that's Cement's name, Crystal?
No, Crystal's in the chat. No, Cement's name is Andrew. That's one of my favorite male names. I love Andrew. The name Andrew. I think it's so.
Using all 140 of his alleged IQ points again. He keeps back burning. burning, I don't know that word, all the wealth of intellect. I don't believe that IQ score. I just don't get it. I think he has a good memory, but I don't think he has an IQ that high. I don't think he's that well read. You know,
No,
the
I
smartest
think
people
that
in the
he
world.
struggled,
Yeah,
but
I think he might be well read now because he's in prison, but I don't think he used his time on the outside before all this happened to read literature or read anything educational.
right.
I think he was good at what he was interested in, which was automotives. He loved that. But common sense, he just didn't know how to apply it. You know, and I think Chris is a big catalyst for why the relationship was so poor between Shanann and his family. If he could have been a man, he wouldn't know how to mediate that properly. But he
Oh
didn't.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I don't know if he knowingly or unknowingly, but he antagonized it a lot.
right. I think that he wanted to that he had that he needed for it to be separate because I think I just don't know. I mean, I just don't really something there that just I haven't figured out yet, but I will. Um, I just know that from the point of childhood to adulthood, that if Cindy had been a different person, a different, been more loving and aware of her children's needs,
Yeah.
then I think that Chris might have turned out a little bit different.
I think Chris
And
was raised a lot by his grandmother too, you know. Cindy was working and the grandmother would pick him up from school. He spent a lot of time with his grandmother.
yeah,
But I just don't find it normal that when Chris is asked, I mean, Cindy's asked by a reporter, tell him about your son, she only says he was a good boy, he never rebelled, and he played sports. If you ask me about my son, I'm going to tell you he loves to cook, he has a great sense of humor, he loves, people, he likes, I would tell you his loves, his likes. She just doesn't know him as the man. She only knows from when he left the house. And I don't
and
think he was a communicating person or son that communicated. She said it was painful to be talking with Chris on the phone.
well,
That he didn't talk.
Cindy, how do I put this? Cindy taught them from the time that they could talk and communicate that uh, they weren't supposed to communicate
Yes.
about private things and about uncomfortable things and about
Right.
things, they just weren't allowed to interact like that. So
Well, that's a good point. When Shanann brought up counseling to him, that was unheard of. He said, "I'm not going to go sit on someone's couch to talk about our problems, to talk about
Right.
our marriage." He would never consider counseling an option, ever.
I just don't. I mean,
The only thing he kept giving Shanann was we're not compatible. Who the fuck says that?
I know.
When I've had relationships that fell apart, I could tell you exactly what my problem is and why I'm having this problem.
His problem is that he is compatible with anybody, anywhere, anytime, no matter their personality, because he can adjust his to theirs,
Well, if he got away with this, NK should feel lucky because in 5 years, if he met somebody else that he thought was taking his breath away, she would have been the next one to get this type of discard.
And their kids.
If they had any. Exactly.
I just feel
This was not unique to Shanann. It could have been another wife, another set of kids. It wasn't her as a person. It was how he handled the situation. He needed out and it had to be a clean break. It wasn't anything Shanann did. There was nothing she was going to do to change it either, unfortunately. But let's just talk real quick about the red flags because there were some. When he started rejecting her pregnancy, huge red flag. She should have ran for the hills. Pregnant women, their number one reason for death is murder. And it's from the person they're pregnant by who rejects the baby. If she was my friend, my girlfriend, my best friend, I would have told the girl, you're in trouble and I'm coming over your house and I'm not leaving you alone. That was a huge red flag. And I think if she had communicated that to her mother would have protected her, but she didn't tell her family what was happening.
Because I think that she thought she could fix it before they found out that anything was
Right.
wrong.
She didn't want them to think badly of him.
Right.
So she kept it to herself, and that's too bad.
Cement says Scott Peterson had enough sense to cancel his appointment for a polygraph about
Right.
the only thing that he did right. Yeah, he didn't take the
Right.
polygraph, and he went to trial. And it
Well, he
might
did a
be
good
paying
job.
off for him.
If that body didn't get pulled away from the tie downs that he did and ripped the limbs off in the head, I don't know if they would have been able to arrest him and charge him. There was no
Right.
proof that she was actually dead.
Right.
There wasn't any evidence. They found one piece of hair, they said, that was similar. They didn't match it through DNA or something. That wasn't enough to convict him. And to this day, he's never confessed. He still hasn't confessed. And that
Right.
was his saving grace.
And now he's
Chris
got
is
people
already-
questioning it that maybe he didn't do it, you know? And I'm like, oh, dear God.
Well,
But-
if you weren't alive for that crime and see the emotional and the way he was talking to his mistress when there was a candlelight vigil for his wife and exactly where the
that
body
right there did it. That
right.
night, that did it for me.
But if
Him
you-
doing,
if
me
you weren't
hearing
alive
that.
for that, right. But if you didn't know about that and you weren't alive to see all that media and the breaking news and hear the phone calls and you just heard what his side is putting out, you might actually think he's innocent. They really have convinced some people that she went missing while she was walking the dog.
Right. Right.
I don't think she was ever walking the dog. I think he let the dog loose on the leash so
Right.
it would look that way. Right. But it's convincing to other people.
And I just think it was just so disgusting and so disrespectful for him to be on the phone acting like he was in Paris at his wife's vigil. I mean,
Well, they said at the trial, his defense attorney, Garagos, whatever, was doing a pretty good job. But the second the Amber and those tapes were played, the jury just got flipped at that point. There was like no more, like it was such a devastating moment. And if his new attorneys could get those recordings banned from being heard during another trial, if he gets one, he has a good chance because there wasn't a lot of evidence. Just like Chris didn't leave evidence in the house. What he did fuck up was he brought his bodies to work. You idiot.
Right.
You have GPS, you fucking moron.
he did real well with the cleaning of the house and all that stuff. But I
He
mean,
didn't make a mess. He didn't make a mess.
they
at all.
always drop the ball somewhere, you know.
Yep. And just like
I
Scott
would really
Peterson,
like to get into his head and find out what
there's nothing in there. There's nothing in
his
there.
dreams were. You know, what was his fairy tale dream that he thought that he was going to do after the fact?
He was going to be the victim. Poor Chris lost his family. His family went missing. He was going to ride into the sunset with NK. That was it.
You know,
That was
I
it.
would like to know how he sleeps without nightmares at night.
I think he sleeps
Now,
like a baby.
I mean, well, what makes them think that they have the right to take someone from this world that God put in this world? What
He doesn't
makes
think
them
on that
think
level.
they are so up there that they have the right to take somebody's life? I mean, that's
He's not thinking on that level. He's just not. He's not looking at her life as something valuable. He's looking at her as just this vessel of flesh that's in his way. He's not thinking about the heartbreak her family's going to feel or the pain his daughter's going to feel. He needs to get away from them to be with his mistress, and they are in the way. And he has no feelings towards killing them at all. And I know it's so hard to understand because we don't think that way, but that's how it is. It's so weird.
If he would just step back and look, and I mean, they were better than he ever dreamed about being. They had more right to be here than he ever deserved to be here. He don't. I mean,
the little girls definitely deserve to live
the
their
little
lives.
girls, especially.
Yes.
I mean, They were so
I mean,
innocent.
I'm not condoning men who kill their wives, but sometimes emotions, you might hold on to a neck a second too long, but the deliberate act of murdering your children is pure evil, and you're a fucking monster.
Right.
You're a
And then look at his,
monster.
and that baby saying, "Daddy, don't." How could he go ahead and follow through with
Do it
that?
anyway. You're never
know?
going to understand it because it's not something you should understand.
And knowing that that baby sung that song, "My Daddy is a Hero," he had to. Did that not? None of that even trigger anything inside of him.
Zero. He's got nothing up there, nothing.
That's
I mean,
what.
you ever watch?
So,
Go to Live Abuse Free and listen to Zoe describe Chris Watts, and you may you'll start to understand the psychology of Chris. She's amazing. She's
yeah, I
a
have been
licensed
watching her.
professional. She's great. She's really great. But she just describes how they were just in his way, and they were like no more valuable to him than his toothbrush was.
Listen, he said. Cement says, "I think Chris Watts thought he was a hot shit, as Bundy thought he was. They had it half right, and not and not the hot part." There's a song out called "Daddy No." I know. Bella's last
I haven't
word.
listened to it, but it wasn't a disrespectful song, correct? I heard it was an emotional
Oh, it's
song.
wonderful. I had to stop listening because I started crying. It's
Oh, I'll
kind of
have
like
to
a rap
listen.
song. It's like a rap song, and it really is good.
The guy's name that put it out, what's it, McKee or something?
Yeah,
MCKE?
Mecca. I can't pronounce it right. Mecca-C, something like that. I guess we
I'll have
lost
to-
Amy a long time ago. I didn't tell her bye.
No, Queen, are you still here? She wrote in the chat, she came back,
Yes, I'm
but she
here.
was letting her
Oh,
oh,
okay.
she was letting her doggies out.
I guess
Are your
Amy
dogs
took
okay?
off this.
Oh, she left a long time ago.
I know. Feel bad. I should have told her bye. Love that song. Oh yeah, it's really a good song. He really is talented. I mean,
Did you hear it, Queen?
he really tells Chris off too in it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to listen to it then.
Now it's like a rap song.
I've never heard it.
It's he's
I
telling
haven't either.
Chris Watts off in it too. You know?
I heard it was heartfelt, like sad. It was like
Yeah.
like a tribute to what
it
Bella
is.
went through.
Yeah, but he's also like standing up to Chris and telling him, what he thinks about him too. What everybody.
I can't believe that nobody has assaulted him yet in prison.
Because
Not
they've had
one
him in that.
person.
Because of where he's been and where he's at. That's what I was telling you about. See, as
Yeah,
long
but
as
he's
my
not in protected. He was out in general population and he had a kitchen job. That's what Critical Case said, and that he is basically a celebrity in prison. And then he got put on lockdown for the phone call, and then there was an outbreak of the pandemic, so they had to be locked down again. But he did have a kitchen job, and he was out in general pop.
Well, where they're at, he is in like his unit. He probably is in general population of his unit, and that unit is all people that are in danger of some kind of, that need some kind of protection. So I'm sure that he's in general population of all those people, not general population of regular prisoners.
Because I can't see him surviving in regular out in a yard, a prison yard.
Oh God, that's what I was saying.
Believe it or not, he gets along with the prisoners.
He would.
That's
he would tuck and run as soon as he got put out on the yard in general population, because he would be raw meat out there.
Well, Jake said he's like a celebrity, and and I could see him being the people pleaser. and
Well,
knowing his,
yeah.
his audience and adjusting to each person so
And
that
you
he
have
could
to
just
think
go on.
he's in there with
well,
a lot of
he
people
is
like
where he's
himself.
at because he's
He's-
in there with people that are high risk of getting hurt or
like him, yeah.
killed. They're like him. He has not even come in contact with anyone that he has been regular prisoners. These are all prisoners of special circumstance.
Well, that's not what Critical K says, and she says that she spoke to somebody connected with him, and
Well,
that he was in
she
regular
has
general population.
no.
Wait, and that he's a celebrity. That's what she said.
He is a celebrity to all these wiener heads in there.
What, risky people,
But
you're saying?
when he
What's
gets
other
put
risky
in
people?
regular prison in a regular population, pray, and they
Hello?
will use
Are you
that
there, Queen?
celebrity to get
Oh.
money. To get money, they will threaten him.
Right, that's what I thought.
He's going to go through the race thing. He will go through the to see how tough he is thing, and they will either have him on his knees every day, or he will be paying them money to keep them off his back. Or because he will end up dead.
Well, Kay did say that he does have a lot of commissary all the time and that he is able to buy his safety. But Cement said, can you imagine the cred somebody would get behind bars for taking him out? And they would. They would get a lot of credit in prison for smashing his face in.
But first, they're going to strip him of. They're going to use him of his notoriety and the money value.
Right. You're right. You're right.
They're going to strip him of, get as much of that out of him as they can get before they discard him.
Right. I agree with you. You're right. But I don't know why Kay took she took pleasure in telling
you guys
the
have to
audience
think
that
he's
night
in there.
that he was in federal pop as a celebrity.
Yeah.
He is. And he's in there with people that committed the same crimes he did.
Right. And he is a celebrity. But
Yeah.
it's
He's in
but
there with
he's
people
not
just like himself.
Not to prisoners that are in there for other crimes. Regular prison. He's not in a regular
So as
prison.
long as he's able to help them, take care of them, he'll be safe. But do you think if he ever runs, what about when his parents pass? Who's going to support him financially?
He won't ever be safe. What I'm saying is they're going to
Use him up. I know what you're saying.
They are going to get it. They're going to extort as much money as fast as they can out of him.
I get that.
As fast as they can, and then they'll discard him.
Yeah, I understand that.
And
all right, ladies, I really got to get off here. You guys can stay on, but my son,
that's what we're trying. She needs to be a mother and start helping him adjust to being in prison.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I've said it too. That why don't you just help him adjust and settle in and realize this is where you're going to be.
They left him in that intake facility because that's where they leave the high risk prisoners.
Right. And if he ever did get a
35,
Cheryl, if he ever did get a 35C, you know where he's going? Back to Colorado while they do all this trial stuff. So he better pray because he hated it there. He thought it was hell. But he will sit there for 4 or 5 years if this ever goes through. So he'll be fucked.
Because that's a regular jail. And our jail up here
it's a
in
shit show.
The city
Jails are rough. Yeah.
It is more dangerous here in the regular jail than it is in a prison.
Right. And that's what's going to happen to him if that 35C ever gets considered. He'll end up back in Colorado where he doesn't want to be.
And Trent, my son Trent told me he didn't have to worry about fighting for his life or living to the next day until he got out of that intake facility and put in a regular prison.
Then you have to join a gang and do what you got to do, right?
Well, you have to do well, he didn't. My son didn't. And I thought he was going to die because he was a mama's baby. And
right.
I didn't think the kid was going to come out of there. but an old
So
black man.
you must have a little sympathy for Cindy and how scared she is for her son.
I
That is
have
her
a
son
lot
still.
of sympathy for her. She just don't understand how much I do have for her. I understand totally where she's coming from, and I totally understand their side of things. But for them to continue to want their daughter-in-law to look like an evil predator that abused their son and it caused him to murder her and the babies, that is something that I cannot go there. I would never,
Right.
never
Well, the worst
say that
in the
my
prison
son was a
are the
victim
child
and
abusers. They hate child abusers in prison.
right.
Sexual abuse, murdering a child, any type of crime against children. I mean, you're a
Right.
target.
You are a target.
Yeah.
And you are a target for every other thing. Like if you don't join this, if you're white and you don't join the skinheads, or if you know,
Right.
and you are used up, and you are used for. And he is so naive about the prison system, and he is so one of these people pleasers. He's
Right.
going to be on all fours constantly.
I hope so. Is that terrible that I do that?
That kind of personality that he has, he's not going to survive. There's no way. You can't
Well,
survive being a people pleaser. You can't. They will have
on
him
that
dead.
note, I have to get off here, guys. I have
Yes.
to hang up. My
Yes.
son wants me to take him to the store.
See, man,
All
thank
right.
you. You know, I love you. You're so wonderful. It
Yeah,
says
he
if
is.
they do get a hold of
Thank
him,
you.
I
It was
bet
good talking
Crystal,
to you, ladies.
thank you.
him in the toilet. Yeah, they will.
Queen, what's your first name?
Michelle.
Michelle. Okay. My real name's Dorothy, so I use my real name.
Listen at her.
It was great.
Listen at her.
talking to
My real
everybody.
name's Dorothy.
Well, it is. I mean, I did
She's
use my
so
real name.
I
funny.
should probably get off here too. It's 2:00. My kids are sleeping and my
So
husband's
is
in there
that
tossing and
different than
turning
the
and stuff,
Dorothy
so.
that's on your, the screen, Dorothy?
That's my
I'm
real
teasing.
face too. That's
I'm
really my
teasing
face.
you. Well, that's really my face.
I know you use
I
a real
learned
picture.
not to use my real name and my real face after the Sophie Long case.
Well, I was really well, I don't have a Facebook. I just use Messenger, so I'm not too worried about anybody. I mean, I have nothing to hide.
I don't care.
I'm bold. Yeah.
I don't either, but I stand with Kelly, the mother. I don't believe the child. I don't believe Michael.
Me too.
Exactly.
Me too.
I don't either.
I am definitely with
So-
Kelly. Michael's a fucking liar, and this was his final attempt to get his way. And he used his daughter in a disgusting manner to do it.
Are you
Look
in
at
the
how
group
much money
Long
he
Hope?
got.
No, I won't
Dorothy.
join any of those groups
Oh.
because I don't do Facebook.
He
I
got
just don't.
so much money.
Oh, I'm pissed about that. I
Yeah,
hope
he
he
got
gets
like
sued.
$250,000 for this scam.
Yes.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
No.
Unbelievable.
No.
And even
And
after
he's
they've
brought up
cleared
on charges for it.
people, even after they've cleared Jake, people still want to say the system's corrupt, or
Yep.
they just won't admit Michael lied.
Yeah, it's like they can't
Yes,
admit they were
Crystal,
doing-
come back. We're
All right,
going
guys, I'm gonna
to
get-
have some fun things, and we're going to do a lot of different things. We're trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, we're
So,
trying to come up with different ideas. We're
Yes.
practicing right now. We do have
Yeah,
some
we're just kinda-
different ideas we want to do.
we're trying
But
to
what
get
other
used to not
cases-
talking over each other.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? We both love to talk, so
We have big mouth.
But
Well,
what other
both of us
cases-
like to talk. So,
I do too.
it's
I
all
do
right.
too.
I love
well,
you. You're good.
I guess it
So,
works out well for the ones, that has the sidekick that never says a word, just does what they
Oh.
tell them to do.
It's better when you have people that communicate. It is.
Yeah.
It makes the life go. I can't believe 4 hours
Instead of-
already passed.
Well, this one creator, she orders this one person around it. Man, I just don't know if I can handle that. Tell her, what are you doing?
I want to talk about another case, and I don't want it to be Scott Peterson or Jodi Arias, like Boo or fucking Maddie. I mean, sad case or John Bonet. I wanted to like really get into. I'd even talk about Chris Coleman because that whole situation and the
I
best
wanted to-
friend. That's a fucking interesting story. And the father, how creepy they were. Oh, that's a good
What?
story.
Have you guys
The Chris
have you heard
Coleman-
about the Morgan
Oh, yeah.
Keene and the Argello Poo Poo case?
What?
No,
No.
I never did that. Put it in the
Google-
comments so I can research it, please.
What is
Google Morgan Keene Poo Poo.
Morgan?
Put it in the comments. Will you
Okay.
type it in the comment, and then I'll can watch it afterwards, and I'll look at a couple of documentaries or whatever I can find.
Yeah, I mean, and if like Crystal or Cement, if y'all know of a case that y'all are interested in that you want to talk about, I mean, we would be glad to talk about it too. Just let us know, and we will.
So
look
that
into
is a
it.
good one. The Rebecca case, she was hung on the balcony, correct? You know what another good case is? Michael DeMar. I mean,
Cement.
Stephen DeMarker. That's a good case. He murdered his wife. Oh my God.
That was that
Unbelievable.
Sophie Long case where that little girl, they said that she was SA'd and the dad did raising funds and he raised $250,000 and it was just all made up lies. She was never abused or anything like that. It was all act. And he
Wait, I'm putting
ripped a bunch of
his name
people off.
in too.
And
I put it
he
too. Okay, Kennedy.
he
Yeah,
really
that
hurt
case.
them.
That case is so hateful and spiteful. It's just something we shouldn't even talk about because the ugliest people are doxing each other in effect in real lives. And I hate the way the Michael Longside behaves. It's disgusting. I don't even want to
Right.
touch it. And just like
I
Queen
don't
said,
even want to touch that
That is
either.
why I do not have my real name. That's why I do not have my real
Yep.
name on my Facebook. That's why I do not have my real name on YouTube. Because I was, oh my God, you guys, it was relentless.
What do you mean
Oh
they were
my
going
God.
after you because of that?
Oh my
yeah.
God, we got in, I mean, I was in a group and I did a screen share because there was a post shared in Kay's Long Hopes group and they claimed they were Jake's brother. Well, I screenshotted it and sent it to Kaylee with the T because she was the only person going against Mike other than Kay. So I sent it to
Right.
her and I was like, hey, you know all the family members. Who is this person? My screenshot wouldn't go through. So I was like, okay, the only other thing I can do is a screen share. That's all Facebook has. You know what I mean? It was a new feature. I shared my screen on my phone with her to
Right.
show her a screenshot. Immediately,
Like,
she's like, oh my God, you hacked me for K. You hacked me for Critical K. Blah, 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 blah. You doxed me, this, that, and the. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't even know what that means. First of all, I've never hacked anybody. Second of all, I don't know what the fuck doxing means. I have no idea. For like 2 months, it was a big, huge argument and fight, and she ended up doxing like fucking like 30 people or something over it. Yeah, it was really bad.
What does that
Oh
mean
my
anyway?
Putting out somebody's
What?
information, their address, their credit card information, their social, their driver's
Oh
license,
my God.
malicious intent.
Your spouse's
Yeah.
name, how many children you have, like they go deep. It's inappropriate.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't understand
so-
why these people want to go after each other. They all are stepping in the same shoes. I don't understand why that they just can't stay in their arena and their clique and
It was
Well,
horrific.
it's hard. I'll tell you why. It's hard for people's egos when they have to admit they're wrong and they can't do it. And they hang on by the fingernails until the bitter end. They're not going to admit they're wrong at this point. Everybody else is
now
at fault.
it's to the point where they're going to put
realtor-
the little girl in a mental institution. They're going to put her in a pediatric mental institution, and they're trying to get custody of the boys back. They go to court December
oh my
17th.
God.
But she's going to need transitional living because of the damage that has been done to her.
Well,
She's going to
Yes.
need it. She's been brainwashed like a cult. She needs deprogramming.
Rabid Dog got attacked for being on Critical K's live. I got attacked for being on Critical K's live. Lewis got
Well, they
attacked
go
for being
fuck
on Critical
themselves.
K's live over this
I-
case.
well, yeah,
Who
I
attacked
saw that
them?
play
I
out.
didn't know you
That's
got
how I
attacked
met
that
Dorothy. That's how I got to where I am, is because I was over here, under this little protective umbrella, thinking that, you know, I was in the perfect little area, and then I saw with my own eyes and ears this person that I thought was honest uh, show her
I was
horns
acting
and
rabid
grabbed a new rear end for no
for no
reason
reason. He
whatsoever.
did
But
nothing wrong with
lies.
talking on Kay's channel. That's all he did.
Oh, it
And
pissed
he
me
got it.
off.
They lied on him. And when they
Terrible.
lied on him in front of me, that did it for me. I was like, okay, see ya.
Yeah.
And Dorothy, I made a comment, you know, about how
That's how
right
we
he
met.
was,
Yeah.
and she goes, she messaged me back and said that thank you for, standing up and saying that out in public, you know.
No, it's not the popular thing to say. It's
Yeah,
hard to be.
yeah. And I was
Yeah.
like, I mean, I wouldn't do it any other way.
It's
There's no
great.
way
I
I would
thought
sit
it was
back and
great
let that
because
just
yeah, it's
dishonesty.
great.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd
You
rather for
knew
somebody
saying
to
that
stand up
could
and just,
possibly get you backlash, but you stood up for what you believed in, and I can respect that. I really can. I don't like followers, even when they know they're following the wrong direction, but they
I don't
won't
care.
do the right thing. I don't like that.
I don't care what it costs. I mean, I don't care what how those kind of people look at me, because I know who I am and I know what I stand for, and I am not going to agree or disagree just because the you know the that it's by popular vote. I'm just not going to do that. I'd rather just go down fighting. I would, and I would admit
Well,
I'm wrong every day, 500,000 times a day. I don't care.
and that's a good quality. A lot of people can't do that. They can't get a little bit of criticism, look at themselves with that criticism, see if it applies, and say, hey, you know what? I was wrong. I mean, I would say like 80% of people can't do that. They can never admit any wrongdoing, ever. And in my book, there are certain things you're going to do to me that are unforgivable, and I'll never fuck with you again. You've already shown
I,
me what you're about. I believe you. Go to fucking kick rocks. You're not my kind of person, and I'm
Yep,
okay
I've
with
had
that.
people like
You don't
that
have to
too.
make up with every person. What?
I said I've had to
What,
do
Queen?
people like that too. I've had to do the people
You
like
have
that
to.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to. What are you gonna do? Give him another opportunity to do it again? No, you already showed me. I'm good. Thank you. Bye. I'm not
I,
gonna make up with you. I'm not gonna give you a fake apology. You're just never gonna be around me again, and that's how we're gonna proceed.
and I had
Not
rather
every
be around people loud mouths, truth telling. If you're being a bitch, they call you a bitch to your face, and I'm good with people like that.
yeah, and I can take shit like that. Like if you tell me, Dorothy, you were a
Exactly.
bitch to me, I'm gonna reflect on it, and then I'll probably tell you if I was right, if I think I was right or wrong. But we're gonna agree to disagree or agree to agree and move on. And I can appreciate an honest person like that. But what I
Right.
can't do is I will never sit on here with you three ladies and call somebody out by name and call them every name in the book for over 3 hours and get other people to join me on the hate fest. I'm not going to get down like that.
No,
I
Right.
I
don't
would
do that.
never.
I'm not.
Right. And
Not
then
that,
run
that's
over,
not my
and
style.
then, and then talk about, I mean, I've seen them be good to this one's face, and then run over here and talk about that one, and then start trouble and run here and talk
Well, the
crap
big thing
about.
I see going on is like you trying to tell me who I can be friends with, or me trying to tell you. That's not cool. I'm okay if you're friends with somebody I don't like. I'm good with that. Same with you, Queen. If I'm not friends with somebody that you absolutely adore, I'm okay with that. We
Right.
don't have to all love the same people, but people are making people pick sides, and I'm not cool with that. You're not my fucking mother. You're not
You
gonna tell
shouldn't have
me
to have a
where
side.
to
I mean,
go.
that's what I don't get. Nobody should
Yeah,
tell you where to go, and nobody should tell you what side to be on. And you
or who
should
to
be able
talk
to
to.
be anywhere you want. And
Right.
like where I want to be with this channel, in the middle. I don't want to be on either side. I want to be to where that
No, you know where I want us to be? I want us to be on us. I want us to
I
talk
want
the
it to
truth
be on
and always put out what
on the
we think
right
is
side,
right.
accepting of
I'm,
both sides. I mean,
Yes. Okay, I could get down with that. Yeah.
because I can take their opinion about, if they're agreeable with Chris Watts, I can understand that if they care about that side, and I understand
Right.
Shanann's side, which that's the side I
Yeah, but
take. But
it's too bad that if you disagree with somebody, instead of them just being able to disagree, they attack you viciously. That's where
right,
I come in with the problem.
and
That's
then
not
they
okay
attack.
with me.
Well, they attack you behind your back first, and then
Yeah,
they try to attack you in a vulnerable, inappropriate place.
right.
To
Like
where
I understand someone got a bunch of emails from a group of people where they were being very vicious to her, and that's not okay with me.
right.
Why would you do that? It's
And
just
I
not
mean, if
okay. You
they're
never know what's going on in someone's private life, and I never want to be the reason somebody hurts themselves or cries or feels bad about themselves
right,
or feels like they have to leave
but I
YouTube.
am.
I
I will
don't want to make people
never.
feel bad.
I will never back. I mean, if somebody goes after me, you darn right, I'm gonna stand up and I am
Yeah,
going to take up for myself, and because I'm a fighter, and they better watch if they come after me because um I know who I am, and I don't have no problem at all going on
listen,
every
it's
channel and
YouTube.
calling them out.
It's YouTube. We're coming on here. I want to talk about true crime. I don't want to talk about other YouTubers. That's not my
I know
thing.
we don't.
I want to
We
talk
don't.
about cases. You know what I mean? That's
I'm
all I
just
want to
saying,
talk about.
that's where we want to be in the middle. I mean, to where that we're not picking a side.
Yeah,
We're
we're just
on
staying
our
our own.
side.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks for everybody for writing down different cases. I'm gonna research some of them I haven't heard about, but I did mention a couple myself. Steve DeMarker, he killed his wife in Arizona.
Who was he?
Fascinating. It's in the chat. It's up there in
Okay,
the chat just a few minutes ago.
got
You can read it after. I even put his
gotcha.
wife's name because they have different last names. And then
Okay.
also Chris Coleman. That case is fascinating. Um, and then what's the other case? Oh shit! Oh, I think the Teresa Severs case is unbelievable. I just think the
Amazing.
way her husband was thinking to have her murdered in such a vicious way.
Right.
What do
Oh my
you
God.
what do you guys think about the new Alexis Sharkey case?
Oh, I think I don't
Oh,
want to jump to conclusions that it was her husband because I don't know, but I think that it's an absolute shame that this has happened to her. She was young, she had so much life to live.
right.
If people want to criticize her online persona, that's not reality. She was putting on a show to make money. That's what this younger
I
generation does. Like if
I'm
we were
trying
her
to.
age with this whole Instagram and we looked like her, I would fucking do it too. Why wouldn't I? It's a good way to get money.
Right.
So I mean, people can hate on her for what she was doing, but she didn't deserve what happened to her.
Well,
What do you
I've
think
been trying
happened to
to
her?
figure it out. I mean, like, see
Yeah.
which way I lean, because those girls really didn't know her that long, and that girl that
No,
did that
she was
interview
part of
in
an
the
MLM.
car,
She was part of
that
an
one,
MLM.
yeah, that one friend of hers that did the interview in the car.
Yeah, well, she's
She
only
gave
known her since
she gave
January.
me a weird
Bad feeling.
feeling.
Me too. Me too. I don't think they were as
Yeah,
close as I think she was jealous of her. So
I think
I
that
don't
I
know.
mean something
Queen,
could have
you think
happened
it was the
there,
husband? Queen, you
but
think it was the husband? Who do you think? Hello, Queen Michelle.
and y'all make sure that
Michelle,
you subscribe, Crystal. Hope you come back.
everybody, thumbs up us. All right,
Yeah,
I'm
thumbs
gonna
up
hang up.
us.
Love you guys. Thank you, Cheryl. I'll talk to you
Yeah,
tomorrow. I'll call you on
gotcha.
Facebook. We'll message her.
Thank you, Crystal, for
Okay.
coming. Thank you, Cement, my loyal.
Thank you, Michelle.
Uh,
Everybody, Crystal, Simone, everybody. Amy was here. Thank you.
yes, thank you,
Good night.
Amy. Yes, it was fun.
All right, I'm
Thank
hanging up.
y'all.
Bye.
Bye, Cement.
Bye, Michelle.
Bye,
Oh,
Queen
she's gone.
Bee. All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay. We got to get your phone back. We got to get your phone.